This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't explain what happened that night. It's been 3 months, and I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head. I've researched everything I could find online, talked to locals, even visited the site again in daylight. Nothing makes it make sense, but I know what I experienced. It was mid-October, around 9 at night. I was driving back from a work conference in Monterey to my place in San Francisco. Anyone who knows Highway 1 knows it's gorgeous during the day, all those scenic ocean views, but it's a whole different monster at night. And that night was particularly bad. The fog had rolled in thick as soup. I mean, we get fog all the time on the coast, but this was something else. I could barely see 10 feet in front of my car. My high beams were useless. They just reflected back at me, making it worse. I had to use the fog lights and crawl along at maybe 20 miles per hour. The worst part about Highway 1 isn't just the fog. It's that you're basically driving along the edge of a cliff. There's these pathetic little guardrails in some spots, nothing in others, and beyond that, just a sheer drop to the rocks and ocean below, 300 feet in some places. I kept hugging the center line, paranoid about drifting too far right. I had the radio off, windows up, complete silence except for the hum of my engine and the occasional whoosh when I'd hit a patch of moisture on the road. My knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel. I kept thinking I should have just taken the inland route, even if it added an hour to my drive. Just past Big Sur, the road gets especially twisty. There's this section before Miller's Point where it curves along the cliffside for about 2 miles. I was completely alone on the road, hadn't seen another car for at least 20 minutes. That's when I saw her. A figure suddenly appeared at the edge of my headlights. I slammed on the brakes, skidding slightly, my heart practically jumping out of my chest. My car stopped maybe 6 feet from her. She was just standing there, right at the edge of the road where the asphalt meets the cliff drop. Not on the shoulder, literally at the precipice. For a second, I thought I was hallucinating. Why would anyone be standing out here in this fog at the edge of a cliff at night? I sat there frozen, engine idling. She didn't move at first, then she took a step toward my car. Her movement was off somehow, not limping exactly, but like her joints weren't working right, like she was stiff. As she got closer, I could see she was soaking wet. Not just damp from the fog, completely drenched. Water was dripping from her clothes, her hair. She looked like she'd been fully submerged. She was wearing jeans and what looked like a sweater, but it was hard to tell in the fog and dim light. I rolled down my window just a crack. "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" My voice sounded weird even to me, tight and higher than normal. She stopped about 3 feet from my car. I still couldn't see her face clearly, but I could tell she was youngish, maybe 30s, with dark hair plastered to her head from the water. "Turn around," she said. Her voice was flat, emotionless. "The bridge at Miller's Point collapsed 17 minutes ago. 2 vehicles are already gone." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the fog. "What? How do you know that?" She stepped closer, and I finally got a good look at her face. She was pale, unnaturally pale, with blue-tinged lips, but her eyes were alert, focused. They didn't match the rest of her appearance. "I know because I was the first," she said. November 14th, 1983. I remember feeling confused, like I wasn't processing what she was saying. The first what? The first to go over. It takes 4.7 seconds to fall. The water is 46 degrees this time of year. Hypothermia sets in within minutes. My skin was crawling now. Was this some kind of sick joke? A prank? But we were literally in the middle of nowhere. "Look," I said, "I don't understand what's happening. Do you need me to call someone? The police?" She shook her head. 3/4 of a mile ahead, the road has collapsed. The heavy rains last week undermined the support structures. Time thins along this highway when the fog gets thick enough. It lets some of us warn people. I was getting seriously freaked out now. I reached for my phone to call 911, but there was no signal, typical for this stretch of Highway 1. The woman pointed back the way I'd come. "There's a turnout about a quarter-mile back. You can turn around there. Take Highway 17 inland at Santa Cruz. It'll add 40 minutes to your drive to San Francisco." How did she know I was going to San Francisco? I hadn't mentioned that. "Who are you?" I asked. "Catherine," she said. Then she took a step backward, toward the cliff edge. "Most nights no one can see me. I'm glad you could." She took another step back, and the fog seemed to thicken around her. "Wait!" I called out, suddenly panicked that she was going to jump. I threw my car door open and got halfway out, but she was already fading into the mist. The last thing I heard her say was, "Be careful on the curves, they're sharper than they look." And then she was gone. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, heart pounding, straining to see where she went. Had she fallen? I got out of my car completely, leaving the door open and the headlights on. I cautiously approached the edge where she'd been standing, terrified of what I might see below, but I couldn't see anything in the fog, just white nothingness stretching down to where I knew the ocean was churning against the rocks. I called out, "Hello, Catherine?" My voice seemed swallowed by the fog. No answer. I got back in my car, thoroughly spooked. Part of me wanted to keep going forward to see if what she said about the bridge was true, but a stronger part, the survival instinct, said to listen to the warning, however bizarre it was. I decided to turn around at the turnout she mentioned. As I drove back, my mind was racing. November 14th, 1983. That was nearly 40 years ago. Was she claiming to be a ghost, a victim of a previous collapse? I found the turnout exactly where she said it would be. As I was carefully executing my three-point turn, my headlights swept across something I hadn't noticed driving past it the first time, a small stone memorial set back from the road. I finished turning around and pulled up next to it. With a sense of dread growing in my stomach, I got out and approached the memorial. It was a simple stone plaque with an inscription, "In memory of Catherine Miller, November 14th, 1983, forever watching over. Travelers." I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. I took a photo of the plaque with my phone, hands shaking so badly I had to try 3 times to get a clear shot. Back in my car, I sat in stunned silence for several minutes. Could this be a coincidence, some elaborate hoax, but who would be out here in this weather, at this hour, just to scare random drivers? I took the inland route like she suggested. The whole drive back to San Francisco, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see her sitting in my back seat. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I immediately searched online for Catherine Miller Highway 1 and found old newspaper archives. There it was, a report from November 14, 1983. A 29-year-old woman named Catherine Miller had driven off the cliff at what was now called Miller's Point, named after her apparently, when a section of the road collapsed during heavy fog. Her body was recovered 2 days later. I was still trying to process this when breaking news alerts started popping up on my phone. A section of Highway 1 near Big Sur had collapsed overnight due to structural failure, exactly where she had warned me it would happen. Thankfully, the road had been empty when it gave way. The report specifically mentioned the heavy fog had kept traffic minimal. I've spent weeks trying to make sense of what happened. I went back to Miller's Point on a clear day. The memorial is real, the history is real. Catherine Miller was real. I've become a bit obsessed with researching similar incidents. It turns out there are stories, not many but enough, of drivers on foggy coastal roads encountering mysterious figures who warned them away from danger. Most of these stories get written off as hallucinations, road fatigue, or urban legends. But I know what I saw, I know what she told me, and I know the road collapsed exactly where she said it would. I drive Highway 1 regularly now, especially when it's foggy. I don't know what I'm looking for exactly. Confirmation? Another encounter? I slow down at Miller's Point every time, sometimes stopping to leave flowers at the memorial. I'm sharing this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar, and to warn you, if you're driving a coastal highway and the fog rolls in thick, pay attention to the figures that might appear at the edge of your headlights, the ones standing precisely where safety ends and oblivion begins. They might be trying to save your life. Sometimes I wonder if 40 years from now, I'll be the one standing on a fog-shrouded road, warning some terrified driver about danger ahead. I hope not. But if that's the price for the life I was allowed to keep that night, I'd pay it. Story 2. I still have nightmares about what happened in Thornwood. I've tried to forget, tried to convince myself it was just some elaborate hallucination from stress or exhaustion, but I know what I experienced was real. I'm writing this down now because I need someone else to know what's happening in that picture-perfect New England town, even if no one believes me. I'm a cultural anthropologist, I guess. I specialized in studying isolated communities and their unique customs. 3 years ago, I was researching seasonal tourism patterns in small towns when I stumbled across something odd about Thornwood, Massachusetts. It was a tiny place, population around 1800, but something in their tourism data caught my attention. Every year, from February 22nd to March 7th, the town basically disappeared off the map. No hotel bookings, no restaurant reviews, no social media activity, nothing. At first, I assumed it was just a data error or maybe a local festival that kept them busy. But as I dug deeper, I realized this offline period had been happening for decades. The town's website vaguely referenced an annual maintenance period during which municipal services operated on a limited schedule. I became fascinated. What kind of town shuts down completely for 13 days every year? I reached out to the town administration with some research questions, but my emails went unanswered. I tried calling the town hall, but during that 13-day period, the lines were disconnected. Even more interesting, satellite images showed the town physically unchanged, but cell signals were completely blocked. It was as if Thornwood pulled a disappearing act every February. I decided to visit in person. I arrived in mid-January, posing as a travel writer researching quaint New England towns. Thornwood was absolutely charming. Historic buildings from the 18th century, a gorgeous town square with a gazebo, friendly locals who seemed genuinely happy. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone's name. The air felt different there, cleaner somehow. I noticed almost immediately that despite it being flu season, nobody seemed sick, not a single cough or sniffle. The locals were welcoming, if a bit reserved. When I asked about their maintenance period, they smiled politely and changed the subject. One shopkeeper told me it was just a local tradition, while the barista at the coffee shop said it was nothing special, just when we fix up the town. Their deflection only made me more curious. I rented a room at the local B&B, planning to stay through their mysterious shutdown period. The owner, Martha, was a woman in her 60s with kind eyes that didn't quite match her tight smile. When I mentioned staying through late February, her demeanor shifted. "Oh, I'm afraid we close for maintenance then. Annual deep cleaning, you know. You'll need to find other accommodations after the 20th. Every person I spoke with gave me the same answer. Everything closes during those 13 days. When I asked where everyone goes, they just shrugged and said most people stay home or visit relatives. It felt rehearsed. Then I met Eleanor Hargrove. 93 years old and sharp as a tack, Eleanor was a local historian whose family had been in Thornwood since its founding in 1782. I found her in the library archives, organizing old photographs. When I mentioned my interest in local customs, something in her eyes changed. Not fear exactly, more like recognition. "You're curious about the dormancy, aren't you?" she asked quietly. I hadn't heard that term before, but I nodded. She glanced around, then slipped me a small leather-bound journal. "Meet me tomorrow at my house. 4 o'clock. Come alone." That night I read through Eleanor's journal. It contained handwritten accounts dating back to 1788, describing what the townspeople called the dormancy. According to the journal, the founding families of Thornwood had discovered something in limestone caves beneath the town square, something that offered prosperity and protection in exchange for what was described as a tithe of dreams and one vessel of flesh. The entries described how each year the entire town would enter a synchronized sleep state for exactly 13 days, during which their collective consciousness served as sustenance for an entity they called the benefactor. In return, the town received good health, bountiful harvests, and protection from disaster. The most disturbing part was the mention of the vessel, one citizen who would not wake up after the dormancy, their body found in their bed, apparently dead of natural causes. I thought it was folklore or some elaborate hoax, but the journal contained detailed records of the town's unnaturally low disease rates, abundant crops despite poor soil conditions, and the curious fact that no natural disaster had ever struck Thornwood, even when neighboring towns were devastated. The next day, I went to Eleanor's house, a beautiful Victorian on the edge of town. She invited me in for tea and spoke in hushed tones about the town's secret. "The dormancy has sustained us for generations," she explained. "We sleep, we dream, and the benefactor feeds. In return, we prosper." When I asked about the vessel, she grew quiet. "There must always be a price," she finally said. "One physical form to sustain the benefactor until the next dormancy." "Who decides?" I asked. "It chooses," she replied simply. "During the dream. But lately it's been the eldest. That's how we know it's growing weaker. It needs more now." I asked if I could see these caves, thinking I might find a rational explanation. Perhaps gases causing mass hallucinations or some other scientific phenomenon. Eleanor shook her head. "The entrance is sealed except during the dormancy. Only the mayor has the key." I decided to extend my stay. If this whole town was participating in some mass delusion, or worse, if people were actually dying as part of this ritual, I needed to document it. I found a cabin on the outskirts of town that was willing to rent to me through February. The owner seemed uncomfortable, but took my money anyway. As February 22nd approached, the town began changing. Stores stockpiled supplies. People made their goodbyes as if departing on a journey. I noticed residents carrying small wooden boxes to the town hall. Dream vessels, Eleanor had called them, meant to hold personal objects that would help direct their dreams to the benefactor. On February 21st, I sat in the local diner recording my observations. The waitress, Kim, brought me coffee I hadn't ordered. "On the house," she said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I took a sip and noticed an odd aftertaste. Too late, I realized what was happening. My vision blurred. The last thing I remember is Mayor Helen Richmond sitting down across from me, her face a mask of sympathetic regret. "You should have left, Dr. Weber," she said. "Now you'll have to participate." I woke up in a basement room, my wrists and ankles restrained to a bed. Mayor Richmond was there, along with the town doctor and 3 council members. They apologized for the restraints, but explained they were necessary for first-timers. "Your body will try to wake up during the dormancy," the doctor explained. "The restraints prevent injury." Mayor Richmond sat beside me. "In a few hours at midnight, the entire town will enter the dormancy. Since you're here, you'll join us in the dreamscape. I should warn you, the first time is disorienting." "What are you going to do to me?" I demanded. "Nothing you won't recover from," she said. "Your dreams will feed the benefactor, that's all. You're not eligible to be the vessel. You're not of Thornwood blood." "This is insane," I said. "You're drugging an entire town for some superstition?" She smiled sadly. "It's not superstition, Dr. Weber. The covenant is real. You'll see soon enough." She nodded to the doctor, who injected something into my arm. "When you wake, you'll understand. Everyone does." The drug pulled me under. I felt like I was sinking into the earth itself, my consciousness stretching and thinning until it touched others, hundreds of others. We were falling together through darkness, then suddenly standing in a dream version of Thornwood. The dream town was similar but wrong somehow. The colors too vivid, the buildings slightly warped. The sky above wasn't sky but something else, something watching. All around me, townspeople moved in procession toward the square, each carrying glowing orbs of light. Memories, whispered Eleanor suddenly beside me. We offer our brightest memories, our deepest fears, our strongest loves. The emotional energy sustains it. In the center of the square, where the gazebo should have been, was a vast pit descending into darkness. As I watched, people approached the edge, offering their glowing orbs. Tendrils of shadow reached up to accept them, wrapping lovingly around the light before pulling it down into the darkness. Then I noticed Eleanor walking toward the pit. Unlike the others, she carried no light. Instead, she herself was glowing. "The vessel," murmured voices around me. "The chosen one." Horror gripped me as I realized what was happening. Eleanor approached the edge of the pit and without hesitation stepped into it. The darkness embraced her, tendrils wrapping around her entire body as she descended. I tried to run to her, to pull her back, but my dream body wouldn't move. "She's been chosen," Mayor Richmond's voice came from beside me. "It's an honor. Her physical form will die, but her consciousness will remain here, part of the benefactor, part of us all." For what felt like days, we existed in that dreamscape. I watched as people offered memory after memory to the darkness. Occasionally, tendrils would reach toward me, pulling from my mind without my consent. Childhood happiness, academic achievements, my first heartbreak. Each extraction left me feeling hollowed out but somehow lighter. When I finally woke, 13 days had passed. The restraints were gone. I felt physically better than I had in years. My chronic cough had disappeared. The knee pain that had bothered me since college was gone. Even my eyesight seemed improved. Mayor Richmond was waiting when I emerged from the basement. Eleanor passed peacefully in her sleep, she told me. Natural causes, the death certificate will say. I wanted to be outraged, to expose what they had done, but something had changed in me. I could still feel the connection to the dreamscape, to the entity below. More disturbingly, I found myself grateful for my newfound health. I left Thornwood the next day, determined to report what I'd witnessed. But every time I tried to write it down or tell someone, I'd black out, only to find myself back in the dream Thornwood. These episodes grew longer and more frequent. 13 days after leaving, I woke from a coma-like state in my apartment. My research notes were gone, my computer files corrupted, and I knew with terrible certainty that I needed to return to Thornwood. I've been here ever since. I help coordinate the maintenance period now. I lead the midnight procession to the town square. My academic background makes me particularly skilled at identifying which dreams will be most nourishing to the benefactor. Sometimes in moments of clarity like now, I try to reach out to warn others, but I can feel it pulling me back even as I write this. The darkness beneath Thornwood is hungry, and February 22nd is approaching again. If you're reading this, stay away from Thornwood during the dormancy. Don't look for us. Don't try to help, and if you feel a strange pull toward our little town in western Massachusetts, resist it with everything you have, because the benefactor is growing stronger and it's developing a taste for dreams beyond our borders. Story 3. Have you never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family because, well, no one ever believes me. But it happened. I know it happened. And 23 years later, I still get chills thinking about it. I was 12 years old, living with my mom in Pinecrest, Massachusetts. Our house wasn't anything special, just a small 2-bedroom place on Maple Street that always smelled like my mom's cinnamon candles. My bedroom was tiny, with barely enough space for my twin bed and this old Almira that had belonged to my grandmother. For those who don't know, an Almira is basically an old-fashioned wardrobe cabinet. This one was made of dark oak wood with these intricate carvings along the edges and a brass handle that was always cold to the touch. The layout of my room was weird. My bed was positioned in the middle with the almirah directly behind it, pushed against the wall. Across from my bed was this full-length mirror attached to my closet door. When I'd lie in bed, I could see the reflection of the almirah in that mirror. Sometimes at night I'd stare at it and make up stories about what might be inside besides my clothes and toys. It was summer break, July of 2000. I remember, because the Millennium celebrations had happened just months before, and everyone was still talking about Y2K being a bust. My mom was working 2 jobs at the time, waitressing during the day and cleaning office buildings at night. She usually got home around 1 in the morning, exhausted. That night, she had come home, checked on me, and then crashed on the couch, too tired to make it to her own room. Earlier that evening, I'd watched The Sixth Sense at my friend Katie's house. Her older brother had rented it, and we snuck in to watch it with him. I wasn't supposed to watch scary movies. My mom had a strict rule about that because I'd get nightmares, but I was 12, trying to act cool, so I watched it anyway. The whole "I see dead people" thing freaked me out, but I pretended it didn't. I remember walking home at dusk, looking over my shoulder the whole way. When I got home, I distracted myself with my Game Boy until I fell asleep around 10. Everything was normal, completely normal, until it wasn't. I woke up suddenly at around 2 in the morning, not gradually like when you naturally wake up, but like someone had snapped their fingers right next to my ear. 1 second I was asleep, the next I was wide awake, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. The house was completely silent. That heavy, pressing kind of silence that feels like it's got weight to it. Even the usual creaks of our old house were absent. I remember thinking how weird it was that I couldn't hear anything. Not the refrigerator humming, not the neighbor's dog that always barked at night, not even the cars that occasionally passed by our street. Just nothing. And I felt something else too. This feeling in my stomach, like when you miss a step going downstairs, like something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on what. My bedroom door was closed, which was normal. My nightlight was on in the corner, casting this soft yellow glow across my Sailor Moon posters. Everything looked exactly as it should, but it didn't feel that way. I lay there trying to figure out what had woken me when I heard it, a soft, slow creak, the kind of sound old wood makes when it's being deliberately moved. At first, I thought maybe it was just the house settling. Old houses make noises all the time, right? That's what my mom always said. But then I heard it again, more distinct this time. It was coming from behind me, from the almirah. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just kept staring at the ceiling, my heart suddenly pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. I wanted to call out for my mom, but my voice seemed stuck in my throat. The creaking sound came again, and this time, something made me look at the mirror across from my bed, and that's when I saw it. In the reflection, I could see the brass handle of the almirah turning, slowly, deliberately. Not like when a door drifts open because it wasn't closed properly, or when a breeze pushes it. This was turning like someone, or something, was on the other side, carefully manipulating it. I remember thinking, this isn't happening, this can't be happening, but it was. The handle rotated all the way, making this tiny clicking sound when it reached its limit. Then the door began to open, just a crack at first, then wider, maybe 3 or 4 inches, not enough to see inside, just enough for a sliver of darkness to spill out into my room, and then it stopped. The air in my room changed instantly. It became heavy, like trying to breathe through a wet towel. Cold, too. Not the normal kind of cold, but the kind that seeps into your bones. I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. I was paralyzed, completely frozen. I couldn't even blink. I just lay there, staring at the mirror, watching that crack of darkness in the almirah's door. My mom was in the house, just down the hall, but I couldn't call out to her. Some part of me, the primitive, instinctual part, knew that making any sound would be dangerous, that whatever had opened that door would, I don't know, notice me, but that was stupid because I was right there, in plain sight. Yet I felt invisible as long as I didn't move. like I was watching something I wasn't supposed to see, and if I just stayed still enough, it wouldn't realize I was there. Minutes passed. Maybe 5, though it felt like hours. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the mirror, from that open door. I kept expecting something to come out, a hand, a face, anything. But nothing did, just that oppressive silence and the cold that seemed to be pouring from the open crack like water. And then the door began to close, the same slow, deliberate movement, no rush, no slam, just a gradual, controlled motion until it clicked shut. The handle turned back to its original position. I squeezed my eyes shut and started silently reciting the Lord's Prayer, something my grandmother had taught me to do when I was scared. I even pinched my arm hard, hoping I'd wake up and realize it was all a nightmare. But the sharp pain told me I was already awake. This was real. I must have eventually fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion and fear, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through my curtains. The room was warm again, normal. I immediately looked at the Almira in the mirror's reflection. It was closed tight, exactly as it always was. When I got up, my legs were shaking so badly I could hardly walk. I went to the Almira and stood in front of it, staring at the handle. After several deep breaths, I reached out and opened it. Inside were just my clothes, neatly folded, my old stuffed animals, a shoebox of baseball cards. Nothing unusual, nothing that could have moved that handle on its own. At breakfast, I tried to tell my mom what happened. She listened patiently, then smiled and ruffled my hair. "Sounds like a bad dream, kiddo," she said. "That's what happens when you watch scary movies behind my back." I wanted to argue, to insist it was real, but the look on her face told me she'd never believe me. And why would she? Furniture doesn't move on its own. Doors don't open and close without someone touching them. It defied everything she knew about the world, but I knew what I saw. That day, I rearranged my room. I dragged my bed to the other side, as far from the Almira as possible. I took down the mirror and stored it in the basement. I started sleeping with my bedside lamp on, not just my nightlight, and I never ever watched another horror movie until I was in college. The strangest part is how it changed me. You'd think after something like that, I'd be a nervous wreck, afraid of every shadow and bump in the night. But it was almost the opposite. It's like once you've experienced true terror, the kind that turns your blood to ice and makes you doubt everything you thought you knew about reality. Regular fears just don't compare. Nothing truly scares me anymore. Not horror movies, not walking alone at night, not even when my car broke down in the middle of nowhere last year, because I know what real fear feels like. And I know that there are things in this world, or maybe outside of it, that we can't explain. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was the wind, though my window was closed. Maybe the wood was warping due to humidity, though it never happened again. Maybe I was sleepwalking and opened it myself, though I've never sleepwalked before or since. But deep down, I know what happened. Something was there in my room that night. Something unseen opened that Almira while I watched, helpless. Something wanted me to know it was there. I'm 35 now, living in Boston with my husband and our dog. I've never owned an Almira since that night, or any piece of furniture that remotely resembles one. I still sleep with a light on, and sometimes, when the house is too quiet and that heavy silence settles in, I find myself looking at the mirrors in our apartment, half expecting to see something moving in the reflection that shouldn't be moving. Because once you've seen the impossible happen right before your eyes, you never quite convince yourself it won't happen again. Story 4. I've been driving semis for 22 years. Chicago to Memphis, Memphis to Kansas City, Kansas City to Omaha, then back again. The same routes, same truck stops, same diners with the same lousy coffee. You get used to the rhythm of the road, the way the tires hum against different types of asphalt, the way the engine sounds when you're climbing a grade. You develop a sixth sense for trouble. What happened 3 weeks ago on I-57 in southern Illinois, I still can't explain it. I've tried to make sense of it, tried to convince myself it was exhaustion or some kind of hallucination, but I know what I saw, I know what I experienced. It was a Thursday night, or really Friday morning, about 2:30 a.m. I was making my usual Chicago to Memphis run, carrying auto parts. Nothing special. I'd been fighting rain since Kankakee, but around Effingham it turned into a real downpour, the kind where your wipers can barely keep up, and you're leaning forward in your seat like those extra 3 inches are gonna help you see better. I remember passing through Salem, thinking I'd push on to Mount Vernon before taking a break. Traffic was basically non-existent, just me and the occasional car splashing past in the opposite direction. The rain drummed on the roof of my cab, and I had the radio tuned to some late-night talk show just to keep me company. I noticed mile marker 151 as I passed it. Nothing unusual about that. I've seen it hundreds of times before, but 15 minutes later, I saw mile marker 151 again. At first, I thought nothing of it, easy enough to miss a sign in that kind of rain. But after another 10 minutes, there it was again. Mile marker 151. By the third time I was checking my odometer. I'd covered nearly 20 miles since I first noticed it, but here was 151 again. I figured maybe there was road work or some kind of detour I'd gotten onto without realizing. But I hadn't taken any exits. The highway was still 2 lanes in each direction, divided by a grassy median, same road I'd driven 1,000 times. That's when I noticed the headlights in my mirror. They weren't there before, I'm sure of it. Just appeared maybe a quarter mile behind me. I didn't think much of it at first, probably just another trucker or maybe a night shift worker heading home. But those lights stayed the exact same distance behind me. I sped up to 70, they sped up. I slowed to 55, they slowed down, all while maintaining that perfect distance. Something about those headlights wasn't right either. They had this faint greenish tint around the edges, and they seemed to be hovering about 8 feet off the ground. Too high for a car, but not right for another semi either. I reached for my CB radio. Breaker 19, this is long-haul Larry heading southbound on I-57 around mile marker 151. Anybody copy? Nothing but static. I tried again on different channels, more static, but this time with a weird pulsing quality to it, almost like it was keeping time with my windshield wipers. I glanced at my GPS. According to it, I was moving in a perfect circle, even though the highway was straight as an arrow. The little blue dot just went round and round, never getting anywhere. That's when the first real wave of panic hit me. I fumbled for my phone. No service, not even emergency calls. The clock on my dash read 2:47 a.m., but my phone said it was 3:30. Neither matched my watch, which had stopped completely at 2:33. The rain kept coming down in sheets, but I noticed something else strange. Despite driving through what felt like a monsoon, my windshield wasn't getting any cleaner when I used the washer fluid. The same streaks and water patterns just cycled over and over, like a video on loop. I drove faster, pushing 75 now. The headlights behind me kept pace. Mile marker 151 appeared again and again. The same dent in the sign, the same spray pattern of mud on its post, identical every single time. I grabbed my thermos and took a swig of coffee, but it was ice cold, even though I'd filled it with fresh hot coffee at my last stop less than an hour ago. When I set it down, I noticed my hands were shaking. Then the rain stopped. Not gradually, not like normal rain that tapers off. It just stopped, like someone had flipped a switch. 1 second it was pouring, the next it was completely dry. The road wasn't even wet anymore, but the sky was still dark with clouds that didn't move. My truck developed this sound then. Not the normal diesel rumble, but something else underneath it. A rhythmic clicking from somewhere in the engine compartment. Click, click, pause, click, click, pause. Like a turn signal, but not quite. I checked my mirrors again. The headlights were still there, but now they seemed closer, and they weren't attached to any vehicle I could see, just floating there, following me. That's when I really got scared. I pushed the accelerator to the floor. My old Peterbilt roared, and I watched the speedometer climb. 80, 85, 90. I've never pushed her that hard before, and there, up ahead, was a figure standing in the road. I slammed on the brakes, feeling the trailer trying to jackknife behind me. The tires screamed against the asphalt, and I braced for impact, but somehow managed to stop about 10 feet from the figure. It was a highway patrolman. At least, that's what it looked like at first glance. He had the uniform, the hat, even the reflective vest. But as I stared at him through my windshield, I realized something was off. His face didn't look quite right. His features were slightly misaligned, like someone had studied human faces but never actually seen one. His eyes were too far apart, his mouth too wide, and he wasn't blinking. He walked toward my cab, moving with an unnatural smoothness. No bobbing of the head, no swinging of the arms, just gliding forward. I rolled down my window, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. "Do you know how fast you were going?" he asked. His voice sounded normal enough, but his lips didn't quite match the words. "I'm sorry, officer," I said. "There's something wrong with this stretch of road. I keep passing the same mile marker." He tilted his head at an angle that made my stomach turn. "Do you know how fast you were going?" he repeated, exactly the same intonation as before. I was speeding, I know, but something's not right here. My GPS is malfunctioning and those lights behind me. "Do you know how fast you were going?" Third time, same exact tone, same head tilt. I fell silent, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. The clicking sound from my engine got louder. Click, click, pause. Click, click, pause. Finally, the patrolman spoke again, but different words this time. "This stretch isn't for you. Go back to mile marker 152. You took a wrong turn." He leaned closer, and I could smell something like burnt rubber and ozone. They all do, but some don't realize it until it's too late. I glanced in my side mirror. The headlights were closer now, maybe 50 yards back, and they were pulsing with that same rhythm as the clicking in my engine. "Don't look in your mirrors anymore," the patrolman said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Turn around. Drive for exactly 17 minutes. Don't stop. Don't look back. When you pass mile marker 152, things will make sense again." He stepped back from my truck, and I swear to God, for just a second, I saw through him, like he was partially transparent. Then he pointed to the median crossover I hadn't noticed before. I didn't wait for him to say anything else. I executed the fastest three-point turn I've ever done with an 18-wheeler and headed back the way I came. As I turned, I caught one last glimpse of the patrolman in my mirror. He was standing exactly where I left him, but now he was facing the floating headlights, his arms outstretched like he was blocking their path. I drove like hell, watching the minutes tick by on my dash clock. The clicking in my engine gradually faded. At exactly 17 minutes, I passed mile marker 151, then 152, and suddenly everything changed. The normal sounds of the highway returned. My GPS showed my correct location. My phone lit up with notifications from missed calls and texts. The rain was back too, but normal now, varying in intensity, spattering against my windshield in random patterns like rain should. I pulled into the next rest area and sat there shaking for almost an hour. When I checked my electronic logbook later, it showed my truck had been stationary for 3 hours during the time I was experiencing whatever that was, but I never stopped moving. Not once. A month later, I heard on the news that another semi was found abandoned near mile marker 151 on I-57, engine still running, driver's door open, but no sign of the driver. The truck's electronic log showed it had been in the exact same spot for 3 days, though Highway Patrol had reported nothing unusual in their regular patrols. I avoid that stretch of I-57 now. I take the long way around, adding hours to my route. My dispatcher thinks I'm crazy, but I don't care. Sometimes I wonder about that other driver and all the others who might have seen mile marker 151 repeating. I wonder if they're still driving that same mile over and over, becoming part of whatever keeps that stretch of road hungry for new travelers. I still hear that clicking sound in my dreams, click, click, pause, like something counting down. And sometimes when I'm driving late at night, I check my mirrors more often than I need to, afraid I'll see those greenish headlights floating behind me, gaining ground. Story 5. I never believed in the supernatural until I spent time in Kiribati. It's been 6 years and I still struggle to make sense of what I experienced there. I went as a missionary thinking I'd be the one bringing enlightenment to the locals. How wrong I was. I was stationed on Tarawa, the main atoll of Kiribati. It's a beautiful place, crystal clear waters, white sand beaches, palm trees swaying in the breeze, but beneath that postcard perfect exterior lies something ancient and unsettling that I can't quite shake. When I first arrived, I was struck by how much spiritual belief permeated everyday life there. The locals have this tradition of treating rats with unusual reverence. They believe some rats are the reincarnated spirits of their ancestors. I'd see families leaving out food for specific rats, talking to them like they were people. It was jarring at first, but I tried to be respectful. I was assigned to work in Bikini Biu, one of the villages on South Tarawa. My schedule was packed. I'd hold services, visit community centers during the day, and make home visits in the evenings. There was this one family I'd visit regularly, the Tongs, who lived in the lower part of town. Because of how busy I was, I usually couldn't get to their place until around 8:30 or 9 at night. The Tongs were wonderful, always welcoming, always eager to talk about their faith and learn about mine. But there was this house next door that always gave me an uneasy feeling. It was a typical Kiribati home, raised on stilts, thatched roof, open sides, but something about it just felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it. One night in April, I arrived at the Tong's house for our usual meeting. There was some kind of commotion next door, people coming and going, soft wailing, a general sense of distress. Mr. Tong noticed me looking. "The Korakora family," he said quietly. "They lost their daughter last night." I felt that immediate pang you get when you hear about a child dying. "What happened?" I asked. Mr. Tong hesitated. "She drowned in the lagoon." Something in his tone made me suspect there was more to the story. Tong was making this gesture with her hand, a subtle warding sign I'd seen locals make when they were talking about something they considered spiritually dangerous. After we finished our Bible study, Mrs. Tong offered me some tea. We sat on their porch, and I could see the gathering at the Korakora house. The family was sitting in a circle, and there was a small coffin in the center. "How old was she?" I asked, keeping my voice low out of respect. 7, Mrs. Tong replied. "Her name was Ne Abitake." Mr. Tong glanced at his wife, then back at me. "It's not the first time this has happened in their family." I took a sip of my tea, waiting for him to continue. "The girl's grandmother, she died the same way, and she had the same name." I felt a chill despite the warm evening. "The same name?" Mrs. Tong nodded. "Ne Abitake. In our culture, we often name children after their grandparents, but in the Korakora family." She trailed off, making that warding gesture again. "What happened exactly?" I asked. Mr. Tong leaned forward. "The little girl had been sick, seizures. They took her to the hospital in Nawaraware 2 days ago. During the night, she disappeared." "Disappeared? From the hospital?" He nodded. "The security guards saw her. They said she was walking past the gates, wearing only her underwear, with her hair covering her face. When they asked where she was going, she just pointed toward the lagoon on the other side of the island and kept walking. I felt goosebumps rising on my arms. And they just let her go? They said there was something not right about her, the way she moved, the way she looked at them." Mrs. Tong was whispering now. By the time they called for help, she was gone. "They found her the next morning," Mr. Tong continued, face down in the lagoon. She had walked half a mile out into the low tide. I stared at my tea, trying to process this. A 7-year-old girl, sick with seizures, somehow leaving the hospital in the middle of the night and drowning herself in the lagoon. It didn't make sense. "And you said her grandmother died the same way?" Mrs. Tong nodded. 30 years ago, she had seizures too. Then one night she walked into the same lagoon, same spot. I stayed at the Tongs longer than usual that night. Something about the story had gotten under my skin. As I was leaving, I glanced again at the Korakora house. An old woman was standing on the porch, staring directly at me. Our eyes met, and I felt a jolt of something. Not quite fear, but a deep, primal unease. She didn't wave or nod, just stared with these hollow, knowing eyes. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about little Ne Abitake, walking alone in the darkness toward the lagoon. What would drive a child to do that? What could possibly explain the eerie parallel with her grandmother's death? The next day, I mentioned the incident to another missionary who'd been on the island longer than me. "The Korakora house," he said, his face growing serious. "You should stay away from there." "Why?" I asked. "There are stories about that family, that house. Bad things happen there." I pressed him for details, but he wouldn't say more, just advised me to keep my distance. Of course, that only made me more curious. Over the next few weeks, I continued my visits to the Tongs. Each time I found myself stealing glances at the Korakora house. Sometimes I'd see that old woman watching me. Sometimes the house seemed completely empty. But it always had this strange energy around it, like the air was thicker there, charged with something I couldn't name. One night in May, I arrived at the Tongs to find they weren't home. I waited on their porch for a while, thinking they might be running late. It was unusual for them not to be there. They were always so reliable. As I sat there, I heard a soft sound coming from the Korakora house. It sounded like singing, a child's voice, singing a traditional Kiribati song I'd heard before. I don't know what possessed me, but I found myself walking toward their house. The singing stopped as I approached. The house was dark except for a single oil lamp burning inside. I called out a greeting in Kiribati, the local language. The old woman appeared at the doorway. Up close, I could see her face was lined with deep wrinkles, her eyes cloudy with cataracts. "You are the American," she said in accented English. It wasn't a question. "Yes," I replied. "I'm looking for the Tongs. They are not here tonight." She studied me for a moment. "You want to come inside?" Every instinct told me to decline, to walk away, but something else, curiosity maybe, or some pull I couldn't resist, made me nod. The inside of the house was sparse, a few mats on the floor, some cooking utensils, family photos on the walls, but there was something oppressive about the air. It felt heavy, difficult to breathe, and it was cold, much colder than it should have been on a tropical island. The old woman gestured for me to sit. "You have questions," she said. I hesitated, then asked about Ne Abitayake. The old woman's face remained impassive as I spoke, but when I mentioned the girl's name, all the ambient sounds, the distant waves, the rustle of palm trees, seemed to stop. "She was my granddaughter," the old woman said, "named after my mother." "I'm very sorry for your loss," I said. She tilted her head, studying me. "You do not understand. Names have power here. When we give a child a name, we give them more than just words." She picked up a small wooden box and opened it. Inside was a black and white photo of a young woman. "This is my mother, the first Ne Abitake Korakora." I looked at the photo. The woman was beautiful with long dark hair and intense eyes that seemed to look right through me, even from the faded photograph. "She drowned herself when I was young," the old woman continued, "in the lagoon, after the sickness came to her." "The seizures," I said. She nodded. "When my daughter had a girl, I told her not to use the name, but my daughter's husband insisted to honor my mother. Now both are gone." A sick feeling was growing in my stomach. Both. My daughter and her husband. After my granddaughter was born, they died in a fishing accident. The boat capsized. Their bodies were never found. I swallowed hard. "I'm so sorry." The old woman wasn't looking at me anymore. She was staring at something behind me. I turned, but saw nothing except the empty corner of the room. "She is always hungry," the old woman whispered. "Who?" I asked, my mouth dry. "Ne Abitake." "The first one. She is hungry for her name. A sudden gust of wind blew through the house, making the lamp flicker. In that brief moment of darkness, I swear I saw a figure standing in the corner, a woman with long hair covering her face. When the light stabilized, there was nothing there. "I should go," I said, standing up quickly. The old woman grabbed my wrist. Her hand was ice cold. "You feel it, don't you? The wrongness in this house?" I couldn't speak, could only nod. "It started when my mother died. Something followed her back, something that wasn't her." She released my wrist. "Be careful, American. Names have power, and some things answer when called." I practically ran from that house. Back in my quarters, I couldn't shake the cold that had seeped into my bones. I took a hot shower, but still felt chilled from the inside out. The next day, I went to visit the Tongs. They were surprised to see me, saying they'd been home all the previous night. When I told them I'd waited on their porch, they exchanged worried glances. "We were here," Mrs. Tong insisted. "We didn't see you." It was as if I'd been in some parallel version of reality, where the Tongs weren't home and the Korakora house was whatever it was. I never went back to the Korakora house, but sometimes late at night I'd hear that singing, a child's voice carried on the wind. And sometimes when I looked out my window toward the lagoon, I'd see a small figure standing at the water's edge, hair covering her face, pointing out toward the deeper water. I left Kiribati 3 months later, cutting my mission short. I told everyone it was for health reasons, and in a way that was true. My mental health couldn't take any more of that place, that house, that family. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Was it a curse, some kind of possession, or just a tragic coincidence amplified by local superstition and my own susceptible mind? All I know is that sometimes, even now, I wake up in the middle of the night feeling ice cold, certain that if I open my eyes I'll see a little girl standing at the foot of my bed, her hair covering her face, pointing towards some distant water that's calling her home. Story 6. I've never been one to believe in ghosts, at least not in the way most people do. I didn't think spirits could get stuck somewhere or haunt a location. That changed last year, and I'm still trying to make sense of what happened. My mother died in 1982 when I was 16. It was sudden and devastating. She'd been out in the front yard planting tulip bulbs for spring, something she did every October. Dad was at work and I was just getting home from school when I found her collapsed on the lawn. 1 minute she was kneeling with her gardening tools, and the next she was unconscious on the ground. I remember screaming for help. Our neighbor, Mrs. Clarkson, came running over and called an ambulance while I sat there holding Mom's hand, begging her to wake up. She did regain consciousness briefly in the ambulance. I wasn't allowed to ride with her, so Dad picked me up on his way to the hospital. By the time we got there, she was in critical condition. The doctors said it was a brain aneurysm, something that had probably been there for years, like a time bomb in her head. She died that evening without ever fully waking up again. None of us got to say goodbye. Not me, not Dad, not my 2 older brothers who were away at college. I still remember Dad's face when the doctor came out to tell us. It was like watching someone age 10 years in 10 seconds. 5 years later, Dad died in that same house. Another sudden death. A massive heart attack while he was watching TV in the living room. I'd moved out by then, but my youngest brother Tom found him when he came by to drop off groceries. After settling Dad's estate, Tom bought out the family home from the rest of us. He lived there for a couple years, then moved for work and rented it out. Eventually, he sold it to someone outside the family around 1995. I never went back after we cleared out Dad's things. Too many memories, I guess. Fast forward to last October. Almost exactly 20 years after Mom died, I was at a work conference in Pineville, my hometown. I'd moved away years ago, but still lived close enough to commute for the 3-day event. During a lunch break, I was sitting alone at a table when another woman asked if she could join me. We introduced ourselves. Her name was Elaine Parker, and made the usual small talk about where we were from. When I mentioned I'd grown up in Pineville on Cedar Street, her eyes widened. "Cedar Street? Which house?" she asked. I told her the address and her face changed completely. Oh my God, I bought that house from a guy named Tom Wilson about 15 years ago. Was he related to you? He's my brother, I said, feeling a strange chill run down my spine. Elaine looked around like she was about to share a secret and then leaned forward. Can I ask you something? Was that house haunted when you lived there? My stomach dropped. Haunted? No, not that I know of. Why? She bit her lip. Well, I lived there for about 5 years before I moved in with my fiancé. I had roommates during that time and we all experienced things. Nothing scary exactly, just a feeling of being watched. Sometimes objects would be in different places than where we left them. My roommate Beth swore someone sat on her bed one night when no one was there. I must have looked pale because she quickly added, "It wasn't malevolent or anything, just a presence. We actually kind of got used to it." "Did you ever see anything?" I asked, my mouth dry. "No, never, just feelings. Like someone was there with us, watching, sometimes in the front yard, sometimes in the upstairs hallway." The front yard, where Mom collapsed, the upstairs hallway outside the bedrooms, where she used to stand and call us down for dinner. I told Elaine that if anyone was haunting the house, it might be my father who had also died there. I assured her he was harmless, just probably confused. I didn't mention Mom. We exchanged contact information and I finished the conference in a daze. That night in my hotel room, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Mom, about her sudden death, about how none of us got to say goodbye. Could she really have been lingering in that house all these years? The thought broke my heart. A few months passed. I tried to put the conversation with Elaine out of my mind, but it kept nagging at me. Then one night in February, I had the most vivid dream of my life. In the dream, I was standing outside my childhood home. It was twilight, that blue-gray time between day and night. The house looked the same from the outside, but somehow I knew it was different inside. I walked up the familiar steps and opened the front door without knocking. The interior was completely redecorated. Nothing like when we lived there, and nothing like the few glimpses I'd seen of Elaine's decor in photos she'd shown me at lunch. The walls were a soft yellow, and there were photos everywhere of people I recognized. My brothers, their wives, my nieces and nephews, including the ones born after Mom died. I heard voices from the kitchen, so I walked through the living room, noticing how solid and real everything felt. This wasn't like a normal dream where things are hazy and disjointed. I could feel the carpet under my feet, smell cooking food, hear distinct conversations. When I entered the kitchen, I froze. My entire family was there, my brothers, their families, and Mom. She looked exactly as she had the day she died, her dark hair cut in that early 80s style, wearing her favorite blue cardigan. She was laughing and helping my youngest niece, Emma, stir something in a bowl. Emma was born in 1994, 12 years after Mom died. They never met in real life. That's when I realized I was lucid dreaming. I knew I was asleep, but I could control what was happening. Mom looked up and saw me, her face lighting up with that smile I'd missed for decades. "There you are," she said. "I was wondering when you'd join us." Everyone else seemed to fade into the background as Mom came over and hugged me. She felt so real, warm and solid, smelling of the Chanel No. 5 she always wore. I hugged her back, tears streaming down my face. "Mom," I whispered, "you shouldn't be here." She pulled back, looking confused. "What do you mean? This is my house." I took her hand. "Can we talk somewhere private?" She nodded, and suddenly we were in what used to be her bedroom. It was different now, painted green instead of blue, with modern furniture. We sat on the edge of the bed, still holding hands. "Mom, this isn't your house anymore," I said gently. "You died a long time ago." She looked down at our joined hands. "I know that, deep down, but I wanted to see them grow up. I wanted to meet my granddaughters." Her voice cracked. "I never got to say goodbye." "I know," I said. "None of us did. But Mom, you've met them now. Look at what you just did. You were baking cookies with Emma. You've seen the family. But this house belongs to other people now." She looked around the room, a hint of recognition crossing her face. The woman with the red hair and her friends. "Elaine," I confirmed. "She bought the house from Tom. They know you're here, Mom. They can feel you watching." Mom looked stricken. "I didn't mean to scare anyone, I just couldn't leave." I squeezed her hand. "You don't have to stay here anymore. We've all moved on. We still love you. We still miss you. But we've built new lives. It's okay for you to go too." "Where would I go?" she asked, sounding vulnerable in a way my strong mother never had in life. "I don't know exactly," I admitted. "But somewhere better than lingering in a house that isn't yours anymore. Somewhere you can watch over all of us, not just whoever happens to live here." She was quiet for a long moment. "Your father?" "He's not here, Mom. I think he moved on right away." She nodded slowly, then looked at me with those familiar brown eyes. "I've missed so much. And we've missed you. But staying here won't bring that time back." She stood up suddenly, pulling me to my feet. "Will you walk with me? To the front yard?" We walked through the house, past my family members who were still there but seemed less substantial now, more dreamlike. When we reached the front door, Mom turned to me. "I'm proud of you," she said, "of all of you." Then she opened the door and we stepped out into the yard, the same yard where she'd collapsed 20 years before. But now it was bathed in the most beautiful golden light I've ever seen. Mom looked at me one more time, squeezed my hand, and then let go. She walked toward the light, her figure becoming less distinct with each step. Before she disappeared completely, she turned and waved. I woke up sobbing, the dream still vivid in my mind. It felt so real that I had to remind myself I was in my own bedroom, not my childhood home. I could still feel the warmth of Mom's hand in mine. 3 weeks later, I ran into Elaine at the grocery store. After exchanging pleasantries, she said something that made my skin prickle. "You know, it's the strangest thing. That presence I told you about in the house, it's gone." "Gone?" I repeated. "Since when?" She thought for a moment. "Mid-February, I'd say. My roommate Beth was the first to notice. She said the house felt lighter somehow. We all feel it, like whatever was watching us just isn't there anymore. Mid-February." Right after my dream, I've told this story to only a few close friends. Most think it was just a coincidence, a powerful dream brought on by suggestion after my conversation with Elaine. Maybe they're right. Maybe my subconscious just needed to process the idea that Mom might have been lingering. But part of me believes something more happened that night, that somehow, across whatever divides time and death, I was able to help my mother finish what was left undone, to give her the goodbye we never had, to show her it was okay to move on. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I believe in that dream, in the realness of my mother's hand in mine, in the peace I felt afterward. And if Elaine's house is no longer haunted by a watching presence, well, I choose to take comfort in that too. Story: I've been driving trucks for 22 years, and nothing could have prepared me for what happened 3 months ago on Route 66. I still get chills thinking about it. I've debated whether to share this for weeks, but I need to get it off my chest, and maybe some of you have experienced something similar. It was the second week of November, and I was hauling a shipment of automotive parts from Los Angeles to Tulsa. Pretty standard run, one I'd done maybe 30 times before. The sky was pitch black by 7 that evening, with a new moon and heavy cloud cover making it feel like the darkness was pressing down on my cab. I'd been on the road for about 10 hours, and my eyes were getting heavy. The rumble strips jolted me awake twice, which was my cue to find a place to stop. There's this little truck stop just off Route 66 in New Mexico. Not one of those fancy chain places, but an old mom-and-pop joint called Rusty's that's been there since the 60s. The coffee tastes like motor oil, but it keeps you awake. The parking lot was half empty when I pulled in, just 4 other rigs and a couple of beat-up pickups. The neon sign was flickering, casting this eerie red glow across the cracked asphalt. Inside, the place smelled like grease and cigarettes, despite the no-smoking signs plastered everywhere. I slid into a booth by the window where I could keep an eye on my truck. Force of habit. A waitress named Darlene, according to her name tag, brought me a mug of that infamous coffee without me even asking. She had to be in her 60s, with this weathered face that told stories of a hard life. "You look like you could use this, honey," she said, setting down the steaming mug. I thanked her and took a sip, wincing at the bitterness. But damn if it didn't start working immediately. 3 other truckers were huddled at the counter, talking in low voices. I wasn't really listening until I heard one of them mention something about weird shit happening on the stretch of road I was about to drive. "I'm telling you," said this big guy with a ZZ Top beard. My CB started picking up this woman's voice. No static, clear as day. She kept saying, "Turn back, Joey, please turn back. My name's not even Joey." The others nodded like this was perfectly normal conversation. "Had something similar last month," said another driver, younger guy with a Peterbilt cap. "Phone rang while I was driving through that dead zone. No service for 50 miles, but my phone rang. Caller ID showed my wife's number, but when I answered, it was just this horrible static and what sounded like someone crying. I don't know what possessed me, but I found myself walking over and joining them. Maybe it was the caffeine, or maybe it was the weird energy in that place, but I felt like sharing a story I'd heard years ago from my mentor when I first started driving. You guys ever hear about the midnight caller?" I asked, settling onto a stool. They all turned to look at me, their expressions a mix of curiosity and wariness. "It's this thing that happens to truckers sometimes," I continued. "They get phone calls from someone who isn't really there. Usually sounds like family members saying weird, cryptic stuff. My old driving instructor swore it happened to him back in '98. Said he got a call from his brother at 3 in the morning, but his brother had been dead for 5 years. The youngest trucker visibly paled. The others exchanged glances. "Supposedly," I went on, warming to my audience, "it's a warning of some kind, like spirits or whatever, trying to reach out through technology to..." My phone buzzed in my pocket. The vibration against my leg felt like an electric shock. I froze mid-sentence. I slowly pulled out my phone and the screen showed an incoming call. No caller ID, just unknown number. But here's the thing. I had no signal. The no service indicator was right there in the corner of the screen. The 3 truckers stared at my phone, then at me, their eyes wide. "You gonna answer that?" asked ZZ Top. His voice suddenly hushed. Before I could decide, Darlene appeared behind me, her hand gripping my shoulder with surprising strength. "Don't," she said simply. "My brother got one of those calls 2 years ago, swore it was our mama on the line, but she'd been gone 12 years by then. He listened to whatever it told him, drove straight into a washout during a flash flood. They found his rig 3 miles downstream." My phone stopped buzzing. 5 missed calls suddenly appeared in my notifications, all from the same unknown number, all within the last hour when I'd had no service. A heavy silence fell over the diner. Even the radio, which had been playing some old country tune, seemed to have gone quiet. "I should get back on the road," I muttered, throwing a 20 on the counter, even though my coffee probably cost $3. No one tried to stop me, but I felt their eyes on my back as I walked out. The night air hit me like a slap, cold and sharp. My rig looked ghostly under the parking lot lights, exhaust condensing in the frigid air. I climbed into the cab, my hands shaking slightly as I fired up the engine. The familiar rumble was comforting. I pulled back onto Route 66, telling myself I was being stupid. Just truckers sharing ghost stories, same as they've done since the first wheels hit the first roads. My phone hadn't really rung. It was some kind of glitch, or maybe I'd imagined it. I'd gone maybe 15 miles when my phone buzzed again, not a text alert or an app notification. The distinct pattern of an incoming call. I glanced down at the cup holder where I'd tossed it. Unknown number. Still no service bars. I should have ignored it. Should have turned the damn thing off. But something compelled me to pick it up. Maybe it was morbid curiosity, or maybe some part of me already knew. Hello? My voice sounded strange in the quiet cab. At first, there was nothing, just a soft static like wind blowing across a microphone. Then faintly, a voice emerged from the white noise. Alex, Alex, can you hear me? My blood turned to ice. It was distorted, fading in and out, but I recognized it immediately. My sister Sarah's voice, my sister who died of cancer 6 years ago. Who is this? I demanded, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. Alex, please, the voice continued, growing more urgent. You need to turn around. Please turn around. There's danger ahead. Please, Alex, turn back now. Sarah, I whispered, my throat tight. This isn't funny. Who the hell is this? Mile marker 43, the voice said, suddenly clearer. Don't go past mile marker 43. Please, Alex, I'm trying to help you. Turn around now. The call ended abruptly. The sudden silence in the cab was deafening. I checked my location. I was approaching mile marker 38, 5 miles from whatever the voice was warning me about. Listen, I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in ghosts or psychics or any of that crap. But sitting there, alone in the dark, with my dead sister's voice still echoing in my ears, something broke inside me. Some rational barrier that had always separated the world I understood from the world I didn't. I slowed down, pulled onto the shoulder, and sat there with my hazards blinking. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. Sweat was pouring down my face despite the cold. I had 2 choices: keep going and see what happened at mile marker 43, or turn around and head back to the diner. Logic said, keep going. Whatever was happening with my phone was just some cruel prank or a hallucination brought on by fatigue. But that voice, it sounded so much like Sarah. The way she'd say my name when she was worried about me. I made a U-turn, illegal as hell on that stretch of highway. But there wasn't another vehicle in sight. As I headed back the way I'd come, I felt a weight lift off my chest, but also a creeping sensation along my spine, like I was being watched. The landscape seemed different going back, the shadows deeper, the outlines of mesas and buttes more menacing against the night sky. I kept checking my mirrors, convinced I could see movement just at the edge of my headlight's reach. When I got back to Rusty's, the same trucks were still there. I practically fell out of my cab, my legs wobbly beneath me. Inside, the 3 truckers looked up in surprise when I burst through the door. "Phone call?" asked the young guy, his expression grim. I nodded, dropping into a chair at their table. "Who was it?" ZZ Top asked quietly. "My sister," I said, my voice cracking. "She's been dead 6 years." They didn't laugh, didn't call me crazy, just nodded like I'd confirmed something they already knew. "You're staying till sunrise," said the 3rd trucker, an older guy who hadn't spoken before. "We all are. Something ain't right out there tonight." So we did. Sat there drinking coffee, sharing stories about weird shit we'd experienced on the road, not trying to one-up each other, but speaking in hushed tones like people in a church. Darlene kept the coffee coming, refusing to take my money. "You listened," she said simply. "Most don't." I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't even close my eyes. When dawn finally broke, casting pale light across the parking lot, I felt like I'd aged 10 years. The other truckers headed out one by one, but I called my dispatcher and told him I was taking a sick day, checked into a motel and crashed for 15 hours straight. 2 weeks later, I was back home in Arizona when I saw the news. A semi had gone off the road at mile marker 43 on Route 66 in New Mexico. The driver had lost control and plunged into a ravine. He was in critical condition. The accident had happened the same night I'd been there, about an hour after I would have passed that spot if I hadn't turned around. Here's the kicker. When they showed a picture of the driver, I recognized him immediately. He'd been at Rusty's that night. the older trucker who told me to stay until sunrise. He must have left after I'd fallen asleep at the motel. I've checked my phone records. There's no record of any calls that night during the hours I was on the road. No unknown numbers, no missed calls, nothing. I still drive that route sometimes. I still stop at Rusty's for coffee. Darlene always gives me a nod like we share a secret, but I've never received another call like that one. I don't know if it was really Sarah. Don't know if she somehow reached out from wherever she is to save me. All I know is that something or someone warned me away from danger that night, and I listened. Now, whenever I'm on the road late at night and my phone buzzes, there's a moment of pure terror before I check the screen. Part of me hopes it's her again. Part of me prays it never is. Story 8. I've been sitting on this experience for over 4 years now, and I'm still not sure what to make of it. I don't believe in the supernatural, never have, but what my girlfriend and I saw that day in January 2019 completely shattered my understanding of reality. I've gone over it in my head countless times, trying to find a logical explanation, but I keep coming up empty. My name is Lucas. My girlfriend Kate and I had been dating for about 2 years when we decided to take a weekend getaway to southern Alabama near the Mississippi border. We both needed a break from our jobs in Atlanta, and Kate had a cousin who owned a small cabin near Mobile that we could use for free. It seemed perfect. Just a few days away from the hustle and bustle of the city, some quality time together, and maybe some hiking if the weather cooperated. We left Atlanta early on a Friday morning in January. It was unusually cold for Alabama that weekend, in the low 30s with this bone-chilling dampness that made it feel even colder. The drive was long but pleasant enough. We listened to podcasts, talked about our plans for the year, and just enjoyed being together without the constant interruptions of work emails and calls. As we got closer to our destination, the landscape changed dramatically. The highways gave way to smaller roads, and soon we were driving through swampy areas with these stretches of road built up over the water. There were numerous small bridges connecting patches of land and thick woods on either side. The trees were mostly bare because of winter, but there was still plenty of pines and some kind of trees with this hanging moss that made everything look eerie and ancient. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and despite it being January, there was plenty of daylight left. We had been on this particular stretch of road for maybe 20 minutes, a 2-lane affair with hardly any traffic. I was doing about 60 miles per hour, which felt fast considering how remote everything was. Kate was looking out her window at the swamp, pointing out an egret standing perfectly still in the shallow water. That's when it happened. "Lucas, stop! Look over there!" Kate suddenly screamed, grabbing my arm so hard her nails dug into my skin. I immediately took my foot off the gas, slowing the car while trying to keep control. I looked in the direction she was pointing, off to the right side of the road, maybe 30 feet from the shoulder, where the ground rose slightly before dropping off into more swampland. At first, I thought it was a deer, or maybe a wild boar. There are plenty of those in the south, but as I slowed the car down to about 20 miles per hour, I got a better look, and my stomach instantly knotted up. The thing was hunched over on all fours, and it seemed to be feeding on something. It was partly obscured by some tall grass, but I could make out a human-like body, not covered in fur like an animal, but not quite human either. Its skin looked grayish pale, almost like it had never seen sunlight. As our car slowed down even more, the creature's head snapped up and looked directly at us. That's when I felt like I was going to vomit. Its head wasn't human. It wasn't even close. It was unmistakably the head of a goat, light-colored, with 2 curved horns protruding from the top. But this wasn't some poor farmer in a mask or costume. The proportions were all wrong, and the way it moved was unnatural. The eyes were the worst part. They were goat eyes, with those horizontal pupils, but there was an intelligence behind them that no animal should have. As we watched in horror, the thing straightened up and stood on 2 legs. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, with a humanoid body that was unnaturally thin but muscular. Its arms hung down past its knees, and its hands, God, its hands had these long, blackened fingers that looked more like talons. For what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few seconds, it just stood there staring at us. Then it turned and moved toward the woods with this jerky, uneven gait that wasn't quite a run and wasn't quite a walk. It disappeared into the tree line before I could even process what I was seeing. I must have hit the brakes without realizing it because we came to a complete stop in the middle of the road. Thank God there was no one behind us. "Did you see that?" Kate whispered, her voice shaking. "Please tell me you saw that too." I nodded, unable to speak. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles had turned white. I couldn't take my eyes off the spot where the creature had been. What the fuck was that?" I finally managed to say. "It had a goat's head," Kate said. She wasn't asking a question. She was stating a fact. "Lucas, it had a fucking goat's head." A car horn blared behind us, making us both jump. I hadn't noticed another vehicle approaching. I put my foot on the gas and started driving again, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Should we go back?" Kate asked. "Maybe take a picture or look for, I don't know, evidence?" The thought of getting out of the car anywhere near that spot filled me with a primal dread I'd never felt before. "No," I said firmly. "Absolutely not." We drove in silence for the next 10 miles or so, both of us looking frantically out the windows as if expecting to see the creature again. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half convinced it was following us somehow. When we finally reached the turnoff for Kate's cousin's cabin, I nearly missed it because I was so distracted. The cabin was another 5 miles down a gravel road, deep in the woods but thankfully away from the swamps. By the time we arrived, the sun was starting to set, casting long shadows through the trees. As soon as we got inside and locked the door behind us, Kate burst into tears. I wasn't far behind. The reality of what we'd seen was hitting us both hard. "It couldn't have been real," I said, trying to convince myself more than her. "Maybe it was someone in a costume? Some kind of sick prank?" Kate shook her head. "You saw how it moved, Lucas. That wasn't a person in a costume, and what would someone be doing out there in the middle of nowhere dressed like that?" She was right, and we both knew it. The way it had stood up from all fours, the unnatural movement, the eyes. No costume could replicate that. We spent the rest of the evening huddled together on the couch, jumping at every sound from outside. Neither of us had much appetite, but we forced ourselves to eat something. We tried watching TV to distract ourselves, but nothing could take our minds off what we'd seen. "Do you think it was some kind of cryptid?" Kate asked after a while. "Like Bigfoot or something?" I'd never given much thought to cryptids or supernatural creatures before. I'd always dismissed those stories as hoaxes or misidentifications of known animals. But now, having seen something impossible with my own eyes, I wasn't so sure anymore. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I'm going to try to find out." I spent the next few hours on my phone searching for any similar sightings in southern Alabama. I found plenty of local legends and folklore, stories about the skunk ape, a southern version of Bigfoot, phantom black dogs, and various swamp monsters, but nothing that matched what we'd seen. Then I stumbled across something that made my blood run cold. A few obscure forums mentioned something called the Goat Man, a creature that was supposedly half man, half goat. Most of the stories placed it in Maryland or Kentucky, not Alabama, but the descriptions were eerily similar to what we'd seen. Some accounts even mentioned it being spotted feeding on roadkill or small animals. I showed Kate what I'd found, and she visibly paled. "That's it," she whispered. "That's what we saw." We barely slept that night. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside had us on edge. I kept imagining the creature finding us somehow, those inhuman eyes staring in through the windows. Around 3 a.m, we heard something moving around on the porch. Kate squeezed my hand so hard it hurt, but neither of us dared to look outside. Eventually, the sound stopped, and by morning, there was no sign that anything had been there. We had planned to stay until Sunday afternoon, but by Saturday morning, we'd both had enough. We packed our things in record time, and were on the road by 9, taking a different route back to avoid driving past the spot where we'd seen the creature. The daylight made everything seem more normal, more rational. As we got farther away from the swamps and closer to civilization, I found myself starting to doubt what we'd seen. Maybe it had been a deer with some kind of deformity. Maybe the angle and the lighting had played tricks on us. But then I'd remember those eyes looking directly at us, the way it had stood up on 2 legs, and I knew I wasn't fooling myself. Whatever we'd seen that day was real, and it wasn't anything that should exist in our world. In the years since, I've reached out to cryptozoologists, local historians, and even a few paranormal investigators, sharing our experience without revealing our real names. Some have suggested it might have been a skinwalker or a Wendigo, though those are usually associated with Native American legends from different regions. Others have proposed more mundane explanations: an escaped exotic animal, a person with a skin condition wearing some kind of mask, or even a collective hallucination triggered by swamp gas. But Kate and I know what we saw. It wasn't a hallucination or a misidentified animal. It was something that shouldn't exist but does. I still have nightmares about it sometimes. In them, I'm always back in that car, but instead of driving away, I stop and get out to investigate. And every time I find myself face to face with that creature, those horizontal pupils staring into mine with an intelligence that feels ancient and malevolent. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know if it was unique or if there are more of its kind lurking in the swamps and forests of America. But I do know this: there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that most people will go their whole lives without encountering. And sometimes I wish I could be one of those people. Because once you've seen something like that, you can never unsee it, and you'll never look at the world the same way again. Story 9. I grew up in Millbrook, this tiny speck on the map in western Pennsylvania, where everyone knows everyone's business. There's not much for teenagers to do except drive around, hang at the Quick Mart, or mess around in the woods that surround our town. Those woods have always had stories attached to them, the kind parents tell kids to keep them from wandering too far. Jake, Ethan, and I had been friends since elementary school. By junior year, we'd heard all the local legends: the ghost of the hunter who got lost in the blizzard of 1978, the abandoned mining equipment that supposedly moves on its own, and the one that always gave me chills: the vanishing hour. According to the story, something happens to those woods between 2 and 3 in the morning. The land itself changes. People who've gone in during that time either never came back or came back different. Most folks wrote it off as small-town superstition, something to scare kids away from late-night partying in the forest. We did too, until that night. It was a Friday in October, unseasonably warm. We were at Jake's house playing video games in his basement when Ethan brought it up. He'd been reading about the vanishing hour on some paranormal forum. People say the forest literally transforms, he said, scrolling through his phone. Like the trees get taller, paths disappear, and time stretches out. Jake laughed it off. My cousin Mark went camping out there like 100 times. Nothing ever happened. Did he stay awake between 2 and 3 a.m.? Ethan challenged. That's when Jake got that look in his eye, the one that always led to trouble. Let's find out for ourselves. I should have said no. Something in my gut was screaming at me not to go, but I didn't want to be the scared one. So I shrugged and said, why not? We waited until Jake's parents were asleep before sneaking out around 1:30 in the morning. The plan was simple: hike to Miller's clearing about a mile into the woods, hang out until after 3, then head back with bragging rights that we'd debunked the town's stupidest legend. We each brought flashlights. Jake had his phone for pictures, and Ethan packed some snacks and energy drinks. The walk to the woods felt normal enough. Just 3 idiots trudging along the shoulder of Route 16 under a half moon, laughing too loud and pushing each other around. The entrance to the hiking trail was marked by this old wooden sign that's been there forever, its paint faded to almost nothing. I remember checking my watch as we passed it, 1:58 a.m. We had about half an hour to reach the clearing. Everything felt normal at first. The usual night sounds surrounded us: crickets, the occasional rustle of some small animal, distant barking from a farm dog. Our flashlight beams bounced through the trees, creating those dancing shadows that always make you think something's moving just out of sight. We reached Miller's clearing at about 2:25. It's just this circular open space where a bunch of old trees got cleared decades ago. Kids sometimes have bonfires there in the summer. We settled in on some fallen logs and Jake checked his phone. 2:29, he announced. Get ready for absolutely nothing to happen. I don't know how to explain what came next without sounding completely insane. At 2:31, I felt it. Not saw it, not heard it, felt it. Like the air pressure changed, my ears popped, and this wave of wrongness washed over everything. Did you guys feel that? I asked, my voice sounding weird even to my own ears. Ethan was already standing, staring into the trees. Look at them, he whispered, the trees. Jesus, they were stretching, not growing exactly, but elongating, like someone was pulling them from above, and the spaces between them seemed deeper, darker. The normal forest sounds had stopped completely. This isn't funny, Jake said, but his voice shook. Who's doing this? None of us moved for what felt like forever. Then this fog started rolling in, but not normal fog. It moved with purpose, curling around trees like fingers, sliding along the ground toward us. It was thicker than any fog I'd ever seen, and it seemed to swallow our flashlight beams. That's when we heard it, shuffling sounds coming from all directions, footsteps that weren't ours, branches breaking under weight that wasn't animal. We need to go, I said, grabbing my backpack. Now. We started back toward the trail, staying close together, our flashlights cutting weak paths through the fog. The trail looked different, narrower, overgrown with plants I swear weren't there before. Matt. I froze. Someone had whispered my name, clear as day. Did you hear that? I asked the others. Hear what? Jake's eyes were wide with fear. Matt. There it was again, but neither of them reacted. The voice sounded familiar, like my own voice played back to me. I swung my flashlight toward the sound and immediately wished I hadn't. At the edge of the beam, partially obscured by fog, stood a figure. I can't call it a person because people don't look like that. Its proportions were all wrong. Arms hanging down past its knees, head cocked at an angle that would snap a normal neck. But the worst part was its face. Where eyes should have been were just these voids. Black holes that seemed to drink in the light. And then it spoke with my voice. Don't let them leave. I screamed. We all did. Then we ran. The fog surged forward like it was chasing us. The trail twisted in ways that made no sense. Trees appeared where there shouldn't have been trees. I kept catching glimpses of movement just outside my flashlight beam. Stay together, Jake shouted, but it was already too late. The fog thickened between us. 1 second, Ethan was on my right. The next, he was gone. Then Jake disappeared into the whiteness ahead of me. I called their names until my throat hurt, but all I heard back was my own voice, distorted and wrong, coming from different directions. Matt, don't let them leave. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly, but pure terror kept me moving. My flashlight beam caught nothing but fog and twisted trees. The ground beneath my feet didn't feel right. Too soft in some places, hard as concrete in others. Then suddenly the fog parted, and I found myself in a small clearing I didn't recognize. Standing across from me was me. Not something that looked like me, not a figure resembling me. It was me. Down to the small scar on my chin from when I fell off my bike in 4th grade. Same clothes, same hair, same everything, except its eyes. They were normal, but there was nothing behind them, nothing human. It smiled at me and my stomach turned to ice. You're not supposed to be here, it said with my voice. I screamed again and turned to run, but the ground seemed to shift under my feet. I fell, hitting my head on something hard. Everything went black. I woke up in my bed. Not in the woods, not in some hospital, in my own bed, in my own room, with morning light streaming through my window. For a split second, I thought it had all been a nightmare. Then I looked down. I was fully dressed, my clothes dirty and torn in places. My shoes were caked with mud, and there, clear as day, was a trail of muddy footprints leading from my bedroom window to my bed. My watch said 9:47 a.m. I fumbled for my phone and called Jake. No answer. I tried Ethan, straight to voicemail. I texted them both. "Are you okay? What happened last night?" It took Jake 3 hours to text back just 2 words. "I'm home." Ethan never responded at all. I biked to Jake's house that afternoon. His mom let me in, but when I got to his room, I barely recognized him. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were bloodshot, and he flinched at every sound. "What happened after we got separated?" I asked. He shook his head. "I don't want to talk about it, ever." "But how did we get home? Do you remember anything?" "I said I don't want to talk about it," he shouted, then immediately apologized. In a quieter voice he added, "Just stay out of those woods, Matt, especially at night." I tried to visit Ethan next, but his mom said he was sick and couldn't have visitors. 3 days later, I heard his family had suddenly moved to Ohio to live with relatives. No goodbyes, no explanation. Jake and I drifted apart after that. He refused to discuss that night, and eventually I stopped trying. He transferred to a different school the following semester. I've spent countless hours trying to make sense of what happened. I've researched local history, paranormal phenomena, even psychological explanations like mass hallucination. Nothing fits. I checked the woods in daylight once, going only to the edge, and everything looked perfectly normal. The paths were where they should be. The trees were just trees. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. Something happened during that vanishing hour that defies explanation. The worst part is the lingering fear that never quite goes away. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I swear I hear my name being whispered from outside my window. Some nights I wake up at exactly 2:31 a.m. for no reason at all. And twice now, I've found mud on my windowsill in the morning that I can't explain. Whatever was out there that night, whatever looked like me and spoke with my voice, I think it's waiting for me to come back to the woods during the vanishing hour, waiting to finish whatever began that night. I haven't told my parents or anyone else. Who would believe me? But I know this. There are places where reality thins, where something else bleeds through, and in the woods outside Millbrook, Pennsylvania, between 2 and 3 a.m., the boundary breaks down completely. I don't know what happened to Jake and Ethan during the time we were separated. I don't know how we all made it home. And I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed in that clearing with my other self. I just know I'll never set foot in those woods after dark again. No matter how many times I hear my own voice calling my name. Story 10. I've debated for weeks whether to share this. I'm still not sure if writing it all down will help or just make everything feel more real. But I need to tell someone who might understand, because I'm running out of explanations that make any sense. Last year, after my grandfather passed away from a heart attack, I moved in with my grandmother to help her adjust to living alone. Grandpa Joe had been her rock for 53 years, and at 78 I worried about her being by herself in that big old farmhouse outside of Oak Ridge. The place sits on 3 acres, surrounded by cornfields and a small patch of woods. Beautiful, but isolated. I've always loved that house. Growing up, I spent countless weekends and summer breaks there, helping Grandma in her garden and listening to Grandpa's stories on the porch swing. When I first moved in, everything felt normal, sad of course. Grandpa's absence was everywhere, his empty chair at the kitchen table, the silent garage where his tools hung perfectly organized, the way Grandma would sometimes set 2 plates for dinner before catching herself. But there was nothing unusual beyond the ordinary grief we were both working through. For the first 6 months, I slept peacefully in the same guest room I'd used since I was a kid. The walls are still covered in the same pale yellow wallpaper with tiny flowers that I've known my whole life. My old stuffed bear still sits on the dresser. It felt safe, familiar. Then things changed. It started with the nightmares. I'd wake up around 3 in the morning with my heart racing, drenched in sweat. unable to remember what had frightened me but feeling absolute terror. Not the normal kind that fades when you realize you were dreaming. This was a physical, overwhelming dread that made it impossible to go back to sleep. The first few times, I blamed it on stress. I'd been working overtime at the hospital where I'm a nurse, and the anniversary of Grandpa's death was approaching. But then I noticed something odd about my behavior during these episodes. I kept reaching for Grandma's Bible on the nightstand. I'm a Christian. Our whole family is. But I've never been one to pray in the middle of the night or feel compelled to read scripture at 3 a.m. Yet there I was, clutching that worn Bible like it was a lifeline, whispering prayers I didn't even consciously choose. The strangest part, this only happened at my grandparents' house. When I stayed overnight at my friend Sarah's place in town, I slept fine. About 2 months ago, I had the dream that changed everything. In it, I saw a face hovering above me, skin painted chalk white with black circles around the eyes, like some twisted version of mime makeup. The face wasn't angry or threatening. It was expressionless, which somehow made it worse. I couldn't tell if it was male or female. As I stared at it, frozen, I physically felt my pillow sliding out from under my head, slowly, deliberately. I woke up with a gasp, and my pillow was indeed halfway off the bed. I told myself I must have shifted in my sleep, but deep down, I knew better. After that night, things escalated quickly. I was in the kitchen making coffee one morning when the large decorative plant stand in the corner, a heavy wooden thing with Grandma's prized Boston fern on it, toppled over with a crash. I wasn't anywhere near it. Grandma was still asleep upstairs. There wasn't even a draft. A week later, I woke up with 3 long scratches on my throat. They weren't deep, but they stung like hell and formed a pattern too deliberate to be self-inflicted during sleep. A few days after that, I found similar marks on my back while showering, marks I couldn't possibly have made myself. I started seeing things too, shadow movements at the corner of my vision, particularly around Grandpa's old office. He'd converted a small bedroom at the end of the upstairs hallway into his personal space, filled with books and his collection of antique fishing lures. Grandma hadn't changed anything in there since he died. Sometimes I'd glimpse what looked like a dark figure slipping through the doorway, but when I'd check, the room would be empty and undisturbed. I tried to rationalize everything. The house is old, built in 1967. Old houses make noises, floors settle. Maybe I had an allergy causing me to scratch myself in my sleep. Maybe the stress of losing Grandpa was causing me to see things, but then came the incident with the cross. Grandma had given me a small wooden cross that had belonged to Grandpa. Nothing fancy, just a simple hand-carved piece about 4 inches tall. One night, feeling particularly uneasy, I placed it on the pillow next to mine before going to sleep. I remember doing this very deliberately, saying a prayer as I positioned it. The next morning, I found it across the room, on top of the dresser. When I asked Grandma if she'd moved it, she looked confused and said she hadn't been in my room at all. I believed her. She's always respected my privacy, and with her arthritis, she rarely climbs the stairs more than once a day. I didn't tell her what was happening. She'd already been through so much with losing Grandpa, and at her age, I worried about causing her additional stress. Plus, she loved this house. It held all her memories of their life together. I couldn't bear to frighten her or make her feel unsafe in her own home. But things kept happening. 3 nights ago, I heard knocking coming from inside her bedroom closet while she was downstairs watching her evening shows. Not random creaking, distinct rhythmic knocks, like someone trying to get attention. When I worked up the courage to open the closet door, it stopped immediately. Nothing was out of place. Yesterday morning I came downstairs to find my framed high school senior picture, the one Grandma keeps on the mantel, face down on the floor. The glass wasn't broken, but it had clearly been knocked over with some force, as it was a good 6 inches from where it normally stands. Grandma was as baffled as I was. Last night was the worst. I'd finally fallen asleep around midnight after checking all the doors and windows twice. At exactly 3:17, I remember looking at my phone, I woke to the sensation of someone sitting on the edge of my bed. The mattress was clearly depressed, as if under someone's weight. I could feel the blankets tightening across my legs from being pulled down on one side. I lay there, unable to move or speak, my eyes fixed on that indentation just inches from my hip. There was nothing visible creating it. After what felt like forever but was probably only 30 seconds, the weight lifted and the mattress returned to normal. I didn't sleep again that night. I've been trying to understand why this is happening. I'm not some teenager messing with a Ouija board. Our family has strong faith. Grandma has attended the same church for 40 years. Grandpa was a deacon there before he got too sick to serve. We say grace before meals and pray before bed. The house has always felt blessed, protected. So why isn't that enough? Why do I feel like something has invaded this place that was always my safe haven? I've wondered if it has something to do with Grandpa's death. He went quickly, a massive heart attack while working in his garden. The paramedics said he probably didn't suffer long. But sometimes I wonder if he left with something unresolved, something keeping him tied to this place. But this doesn't feel like Grandpa. He was gentle, kind. Whatever is here feels different, darker. I've also considered whether something was here all along, something Grandpa's presence somehow kept at bay. Maybe his faith was the barrier, and now that he's gone, whatever it is feels free to make itself known. I tried to subtly ask Grandma if she's experienced anything strange, framing it as a question about the house's history. Has anything unusual ever happened here that you know of? She just smiled and talked about the time a family of raccoons got into the attic in 1992. Either she genuinely hasn't experienced anything or she's protecting me the same way I'm trying to protect her. Last night, I placed Bibles in every room. I hung crosses over each doorway. I even sprinkled holy water I got from church around the perimeter of my bedroom, feeling slightly ridiculous as I did it. I prayed more fervently than I have in years. None of it helped. Around 2 this morning, I woke to find all my dresser drawers open, just an inch or two, as if someone had been searching through them but tried to hide the evidence. The temperature in my room was so cold I could see my breath, and there was a smell, something acrid and unpleasant, like meat left too long in the sun. I grabbed my phone to call someone, anyone, but found it completely dead, despite being fully charged when I went to bed. When I tried to leave the room, the door wouldn't open for several terrifying seconds, as if someone was holding it shut from the other side. When it finally gave way, I ran to Grandma's room, expecting to find her disturbed or frightened, but she was sleeping peacefully, her breathing steady, her face relaxed. Whatever is happening seems focused entirely on me. I'm sitting in the kitchen now as the sun comes up, finally feeling brave enough to write this all down. Grandma will be awake soon, and I'll put on a brave face and make her breakfast like everything's normal, but I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. I love my grandmother and I don't want to leave her alone, but there's something in this house that doesn't want me here, something that's getting bolder and more aggressive. I don't understand why my prayers aren't working, or why the religious symbols that are supposed to offer protection seem to anger it instead. All I know is that tonight, when darkness falls, it will be back, and I'm terrified of what it might do next. Story 11. I never believed in ghosts, not once in my entire life. I was always the guy rolling my eyes when friends would talk about haunted places or paranormal shows. I used to think people were either lying or just experiencing weird coincidences they couldn't explain. That was before I bought my house. I found it for a steal in this tiny town in Iowa where I'd gotten a new job. Built in 1902, it had all this character that modern houses lack. Crown molding, a beautiful staircase, stained glass windows. Sure, it needed work, but at that price, I couldn't pass it up. The previous owners had died, and their kids just wanted to get rid of it quickly. Should have been my first red flag. The first month was normal. I moved in with my dog, Max, a golden retriever who's the most chill animal you'd ever meet. Never barks unless something's actually wrong. My buddy Jake needed a place to stay, so he moved into the spare bedroom upstairs. We were just two guys fixing up an old house, drinking beers after work, and planning renovations. The weird stuff started so gradually I almost didn't notice. At first it was just the feeling of being watched. You know that sensation when you're alone but suddenly feel like someone's right behind you. I'd be washing dishes and get this overwhelming urge to turn around, but no one was ever there. I blamed it on the unfamiliar surroundings. Then came the noises. Old houses make noise, right? Wood expands and contracts, pipes knock. That's normal. But these weren't normal house sounds. They were different, like whispers, coming from inside the walls. Jake noticed it too. "Dude, did you hear that?" he asked one night while we were playing video games in the living room. I had. It sounded like someone was having a conversation, but the words were just quiet enough that you couldn't make them out, like a TV playing in another room, except we didn't have any other TVs. We checked every room in the house that night. Nothing. No explanation. The whispers continued, mostly in the evenings, mostly when we were trying to relax. Jake started getting obsessed with finding the source. He'd press his ear against different walls, following the sounds. One night, about 2 months after we moved in, I came home from work to find him with a sledgehammer, smashing a hole in the dining room wall. "What the hell are you doing?" I shouted. His eyes were wild, unfocused. "They're in here, man. I can hear them talking about us." The hole revealed nothing but insulation and wiring. No speakers, no hidden rooms, nothing that could explain the voices. But Jake was convinced. He put his fist through 3 more walls before I managed to calm him down. He wasn't a violent guy before moving in, never had anger issues. The house was changing him. I started researching the property's history. The town records showed the original owner was a doctor who practiced from home, common back then. After him, the house changed hands every few years until the 1960s, when the family I bought it from moved in. Nothing suspicious jumped out, though I noticed some odd renovations had been done over the years. The house had these weird architectural features, crawl spaces that had been sealed off, extending under the yard and even the driveway. Some doorways that had been plastered over, a dumbwaiter shaft that had been filled in. It was like someone was systematically cutting off access to certain parts of the house. Then came the day that broke me. I was upstairs in my bedroom folding laundry. Jake was out grocery shopping. Max was napping on my bed. The house was completely silent except for the occasional car passing outside. That's when I heard it. 3 distinct coughs. From the basement, deep, masculine coughs. Not like someone clearing their throat, but like someone trying to suppress a cough and failing. 1, 2, 3. I froze. My blood turned to ice. I wasn't imagining this. Max heard it too. His head shot up, ears perked forward. I grabbed my shotgun from the closet, locked my bedroom door, and called Jake. "Dude, get home now. I think someone's in the house." "I'm 5 minutes away," he said. Those were the longest 5 minutes of my life. I sat there, gun pointed at the door, listening for footsteps on the stairs. Nothing, just silence. When Jake got home, he searched every inch of the house. No sign of anyone. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. There was absolutely no way someone could have entered and left without us knowing. But I heard those coughs. I know I did. After that, Max started acting strange. He'd bark at empty corners of rooms. He'd growl at the basement door. Sometimes he'd just stare at a specific spot on the wall, his hackles raised, refusing to move for hours. This was a dog who barely barked at the mailman, now losing his mind at nothing. The activity seemed to intensify at night. I'd lie awake, listening to footsteps overhead when Jake swore he was in bed. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like furniture being dragged across the floor, but in the morning, nothing would be moved. One night, around 3 in the morning, I was jolted awake by a tapping on my window. Tap, tap, tap. Perfectly rhythmic, like someone using their fingernail. My room is on the 2nd floor. I lay there, frozen in terror as the tapping continued. Tap, tap, tap. After about 5 minutes, I worked up the courage to flip on my bedside lamp. The tapping stopped immediately. I got out of bed and checked the window. Nothing there. No tree branches nearby, no birds, nothing that could explain the sound. I convinced myself it was just the wind or something and went back to bed, leaving the light on. As soon as I turned the light off, it started again. Tap, tap, tap. This happened every night for a week, always starting around 3 a.m., always stopping when I turned the light on, always resuming when darkness returned. I wasn't sleeping. I was losing my mind. I called my friend Chris, who lives about 20 minutes away. He's a no-nonsense type, works construction, doesn't believe in anything supernatural. I needed someone rational. "Dude, you're sleep deprived," he said when I told him about the tapping. "Your mind's playing tricks on you. Then come over tonight and hear it for yourself," I challenged. He showed up around 11 p.m. with a six-pack and his own skepticism. We stayed up talking, and I could tell he thought I was overreacting. Midnight came and went. 1 a.m. too. Nothing. "See," Chris said around 2:30. "You've got yourself worked up over..." Tap, tap, tap. His eyes widened. I've never seen color drain from someone's face so quickly. "What the fuck is that?" he whispered. "That's what I've been telling you," I hissed. The tapping continued. Chris grabbed a flashlight and went outside to check. I watched from the window as he circled the house, shining the light up at my window. There was nothing there. No way for anyone to reach a second-story window without a ladder, which wasn't there. The strangest part. As soon as Chris walked back to his truck to put the flashlight away, the tapping stopped. Completely. It never happened again after that night. It's like whatever was causing it knew it had been spotted and decided to stop. But other things got worse. Jake started sleepwalking. I'd find him standing in the basement at night, staring at the wall. When I'd wake him, he'd have no memory of going down there. The basement, that's where everything seemed centered. The voices were loudest there. The coughing came from there. Even the tapping seemed to be trying to direct attention downward to what was below. I decided to renovate the basement, thinking maybe we'd find something that would explain what was happening. The space was unfinished, with a concrete floor and stone foundation walls. We started by clearing everything out, and that's when I noticed something odd about the floor. In two specific areas, the concrete was painted red, just those two spots. Nowhere else in the entire house had this red coloring. One spot was near the stairs, the other in the far corner. As I was scrubbing them to prepare for new flooring, I noticed something disturbing. In places where the concrete had worn down, creating little indentations, the red was darker, almost brown. On a hunch, I poured some hydrogen peroxide on one of these darker spots. It immediately began to fizz and bubble. I'm not a forensic scientist, but everyone knows peroxide reacts that way with blood, old blood. The realization hit me like a truck. Someone had died in this basement, maybe more than one person, and they had tried to cover it up with red paint to mask the blood stains. I started connecting the pieces: the doctor who originally owned the house, the sealed crawl spaces, the voices, the coughing. Was he conducting experiments down here? Were patients dying? Is that why the crawl spaces were sealed off, to hide bodies? I went to the local historical society and found some old newspapers. Nothing specific about my house, but there were rumors back in the early 1900s about a doctor who was struck off for unethical practices. Could it be the same person? Jake moved out last month, said he couldn't take it anymore. I'm still here, though I don't know why. Maybe I'm hoping for answers. Maybe I'm just too stubborn to let whatever's here drive me out. The activity continues. Just last week I was doing laundry in the basement when all the light bulbs shattered simultaneously. I stood there in the darkness, heart pounding, when I heard that cough again. 1, 2, 3, directly behind me. I haven't been back to the basement since. I take my laundry to a laundromat now. Max refuses to even walk past the basement door. I don't know what happened in this house. I don't know whose blood is under that red paint. I don't know who's coughing or tapping or whispering, but they know I'm here, and they want me to know they're here too. Sometimes I think about selling, but then I remember I'd be passing this nightmare to someone else. Sometimes I think about burning it down, but that feels like letting them win. So I stay. I keep the lights on at night. I sleep with my shotgun beside my bed, and I listen as this century-old house whispers its secrets through the walls. Story 12. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family because I wasn't sure if people would believe me or just think I was making it up. It's been over 2 years since it happened, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm not particularly religious or into spiritual stuff, but what happened that day in March 2021 changed how I think about, well, everything. I was 18 at the time, living in Manchester with my mum and younger brother. Life was pretty tough then. We were still in lockdown. My university experience was basically just Zoom calls from my bedroom, and I was struggling with anxiety. But the main thing weighing on me was that I still hadn't properly processed my great-grandmother's death. She passed away in 2013 when I was 10, but she was basically my second mum. Everyone called her Nana, and she'd raised me for the first few years of my life while my mum was finishing university. That March, I needed to travel to my aunt's place, about 4 hours away. It was for something important. I can't even remember what now, which is weird considering how vividly I remember everything else about that day. Because of COVID restrictions, I had to take this shuttle bus service that was running limited routes. I remember it was a Thursday morning, cloudy but not raining. The shuttle wasn't very full. Maybe 6 or 7 people scattered around, everyone wearing masks and keeping to themselves. I got a window seat near the middle of the bus. I was exhausted from not sleeping well the night before, so I put my earbuds in, leaned against the window and dozed off pretty much as soon as we left Manchester. I remember checking the time on my phone before falling asleep. It was just past 9:30 in the morning. When I woke up, the first thing I noticed was that the light had changed. It wasn't the harsh morning light anymore, but softer, like early afternoon. My phone had died, so I couldn't check the time. The bus was moving through some countryside I didn't recognize. Fields on both sides, narrow roads. We must have been about halfway through the journey. That's when I realized there were 2 new passengers who must have gotten on while I was asleep. There was a middle-aged man sitting in the seat in front of me. I could just see the back of his head, graying hair, wearing what looked like a tweed jacket, and right next to me, in the aisle seat, was a young woman. At first, I just gave her a quick glance and smiled politely, the way you do with strangers. She looked to be in her early 20s, with this beautiful dark hair braided neatly down her back. She was wearing a light blue dress with small flowers on it, which struck me as a bit old-fashioned but really pretty. The weird thing was, she wasn't wearing a mask like everyone else on the bus. I was about to put my earbuds back in when she turned to me and asked, "Do you recognize me, Livy?" Nobody calls me Livy except for my family. And there was something about her voice that made my heart skip. It was warm and melodic, with a slight northern accent that I knew from somewhere. I looked at her properly then, and that's when everything changed. Her eyes, they were this specific shade of hazel with little gold flecks that I'd only ever seen on one person. My Nana. "I don't understand," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. My heart was racing. She smiled, and it was her smile. "It's me, your Nana." My first thought was that I was still dreaming or that I was having some kind of breakdown, because this woman was so young, maybe 22 or 23. My Nana had been in her 80s when she died, and even in the oldest photos I'd seen of her, she was at least in her 30s. "That's not possible," I said. "My Nana died 8 years ago." She nodded, still smiling. "I know, love, but I'm here now." "But you're so young," I said, my voice shaking. "This is me before I met your great-grandfather, before the war." She looked down at herself. "I suppose this is how I think of myself, really. The best version of me." I couldn't stop staring at her. There was something not quite solid about her. She looked completely real, but there was a sort of glow around the edges of her, like when sunlight hits a camera lens. And though I could feel the weight of her on the seat next to me, there was no smell of perfume or shampoo or anything that people usually have. Is this really happening? I asked, and I could feel tears starting to well up. It is, in its own way, she said. Then she reached out and took my hand. Her hand felt warm and solid, and exactly like I remembered. She always had these soft hands with slightly knobby knuckles from arthritis, and she wore this tiny gold ring on her pinky that I used to play with as a child. The ring was there. That's when I started crying properly. Not just a few tears, but deep, heaving sobs that I couldn't control. An older woman across the aisle glanced at me with concern, but she couldn't see who I was talking to. I realized with a jolt that the woman could only see me crying alone in my seat. "Shh, shh," Nana said, squeezing my hand. "It's all right, love. I've missed you so much," I managed to say between sobs. "It's been so hard without you." She nodded, her eyes full of understanding. "I know it has. That's why I'm here. I've been watching over you, Livy. I've seen how strong you've been, how you've looked after your mum and brother. I'm so proud of you." "I don't feel strong," I admitted. "I feel scared all the time." "Everyone does," she said, "even me. But you know what my mum used to tell me during the Blitz? Be strong, wear a smile, and carry on. And that's what you need to do too." My breath caught. That phrase, "wear a smile and carry on," it was from her favorite song, "Till the Lights of London Shine Again." It was a World War II song that she used to sing all the time, especially when saying goodbye to family members. She'd stand at her front door, waving and singing that line as we drove away. I hadn't heard anyone say those words since she died. We talked for what felt like hours, but was probably only about 20 minutes. She asked about school, about my friends, about my little brother who she'd never met because he was born after she died. She knew things about him that she couldn't possibly know, like how he collects bottle caps and lines them up by color, or how he has a birthmark shaped like a leaf on his shoulder. Then the bus started to slow down. We were approaching a small village with stone buildings and a church spire visible in the distance. "This is my stop," she said, and the man in front of us stood up too. "No," I said, gripping her hand tighter. "Please don't go. Not yet." She gently freed her hand and touched my cheek. "I have to go now. Take care of yourself." "Will I see you again?" I asked, my voice breaking. She didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, "Remember what I told you. Be strong, wear a smile, and carry on." The bus came to a halt, and she stood up. So did the man in front of us. And for the first time, he turned slightly, and I caught a glimpse of his profile. It was my great-grandfather, who had died long before I was born. I only knew his face from old black and white photos my Nana kept in an album. They both moved to the front of the bus. I wanted to follow them, but I couldn't move. It was like I was frozen in place. They stepped off the bus together, and just before the doors closed, Nana turned back and waved at me with that same smile she always had when we'd leave her house. The bus pulled away, and I pressed my face against the window watching them. They stood at the bus stop for a moment, and then, I swear this is what happened, they simply faded away. Not like they walked off or anything. They just sort of dissolved into the light. I spent the rest of the journey in a daze. When I finally arrived at my aunt's house, she took one look at my face and asked what was wrong. I told her everything. She sat there listening, not interrupting once. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she went to a bookshelf and pulled out an old photo album I'd never seen before. She flipped through it until she found what she was looking for and handed it to me. It was a photo of my Nana when she was young, much younger than any photo I'd ever seen of her. She was wearing the exact same light blue dress with small flowers that I'd seen on the bus. According to the date on the back, the photo was taken in 1940 when she was 22 years old. I've gone over and over it in my mind. Was it a dream, some kind of hallucination brought on by grief and exhaustion, or did my great-grandmother's spirit really visit me on that shuttle bus? All I know is that after that day, something changed in me. The crushing weight of grief I'd been carrying for 8 years felt lighter. I could think about Nana and smile instead of cry. And whenever things get hard, like during my final exams or when my mum was in the hospital last year, I hear her voice in my head saying those words, "Be strong, wear a smile, and carry on." I don't have any explanation for what happened that day. I've researched near-death experiences and grief hallucinations, but nothing quite matches what I experienced. All I know is that it felt completely real. And sometimes, in quiet moments, I swear I can still feel her presence nearby, watching over me. Story 13. I've put off writing this for years, but after another nightmare last night, I need to get it off my chest. Maybe writing it down will help. This happened almost 4 years ago when I was working nights at a gas station in rural Arkansas, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I was 23, living in a small town where everyone knows everyone, working this crappy night shift job at Ray's Gas and Go. It was this tiny place, literally just 2 pumps and a convenience store the size of a double-wide trailer. The place sat on Route 71, surrounded by nothing but dense pine forest for miles in either direction. During the day, it wasn't so bad. At night, though, man, that place was unsettling. My shift was 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., Thursday through Monday. The pay was decent enough for someone with no college degree, and the night shift differential helped with my bills. Most nights were boring, truckers stopping for coffee, the occasional drunk looking for cigarettes, or teenagers buying energy drinks on their way to or from some party. This particular Thursday night in October was dead quiet. It had rained earlier, and a thick fog had settled over everything, the kind of fog that muffles sound and makes the world feel smaller. I remember sitting behind the counter, flipping through some car magazine I'd read 3 times already that week, when I heard the distinct sound of tires on wet gravel outside. I glanced up at the CCTV monitor above the register. The camera was angled toward the pumps, and I could see headlights cutting through the fog, way too bright, like high beams on full blast. The car pulled up to pump 2 and just sat there. The engine kept running, but nobody got out. This wasn't completely unusual. Sometimes people would sit in their cars for a minute, finishing a phone call or gathering their wallet. But after about 5 minutes of nothing, I started to get a weird feeling. The headlights were still on, blinding the camera, so I couldn't make out what kind of vehicle it was. Store policy said we were supposed to check on customers who sit at the pumps without fueling up. My manager had hammered this into me. Make sure they're not having medical problems, and if they're just loitering, remind them this isn't a parking lot. I'd done this dozens of times before, usually to find someone texting or napping. I grabbed my jacket. It was cold that night, maybe 45 degrees, and headed out. As I pushed open the door, the bell jingled, and the sound seemed to echo across the empty lot. The air smelled damp and musty, like wet leaves and soil. As I got closer, I could finally see it was an old sedan, maybe from the 80s or early 90s. It was beat up badly, with rust eating at the wheel wells and what looked like a cracked windshield, though it was hard to tell with those headlights blasting me in the face. The paint might have been blue once, but now it was a patchy gray blue, like it had been left out in the weather for decades. I approached from the passenger side, shielding my eyes from the glare. "Hello?" I called out. "Everything okay?" No response. I moved closer, noticing the car was definitely running. I could hear the engine ticking over and see exhaust vapor in the cold air. The windows were fogged up from the inside, but not completely. I could make out a shape in the driver's seat. "Sir, ma'am, do you need help with the pump?" I asked, louder this time. Still nothing. That's when I got my first real chill. Something felt off. The car wasn't just old, it felt abandoned somehow, despite the running engine. I noticed there was no music playing, no radio, just the low hum of the engine. I tapped on the passenger window. The sound seemed to disappear into nothing. No reaction from inside. At this point, I thought maybe the driver was having a medical emergency, a heart attack or stroke. I moved around to the driver's side, still squinting against those unnaturally bright headlights. When I got to the driver's window and peered in, my blood turned to ice. The driver was slumped forward, head resting against the steering wheel. But that's not what scared me. It was how they looked. The person, I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, had skin that wasn't just pale, it was gray, like fireplace ash, not the bluish gray of someone who's cold, or the yellowish pallor of someone sick. This was the color of something that had been dead for a long time. Their hair was thin, brittle-looking, and colorless, not white like an old person's, but the absence of color entirely. It hung in sparse patches over the scalp, which had the same ashen color as the face. I stood there frozen for a second before tapping on the window. "Hey, are you okay?" The figure didn't move, but I swear the car seemed to settle on its suspension like something inside had shifted weight. That's when I noticed the gas gauge through the window. The tank was nearly full. This person hadn't come here for gas. I don't know what made me do it, but I tried the door handle. It was unlocked, and the door swung open with a creak that didn't sound right. Too high-pitched, like metal scraping metal. The smell hit me immediately. It wasn't the rotting smell you'd expect from a corpse. It was musty and dry, like old books left in a damp basement, mixed with something acrid that burned my nostrils. "Sir," I said, my voice barely above a whisper now, "do you need help?" I reached out, God knows why, and touched the shoulder of the driver's dirty beige jacket. It felt wrong under my fingers, like touching papier-mâché that's not quite dry. The texture was rough and uneven, almost granular. The head slowly rolled to the side, away from the steering wheel, and I saw the face. The skin was cracked in places, especially around the mouth and eyes, like dried mud. But the eyes, Jesus, the eyes. They were open, staring directly at me. The whites were completely milky white, not like cataracts, which have some variation in color. These were pure white, like marble, with no iris or pupil visible, and they weren't cloudy or filmy. They seemed to glow faintly in the dark interior of the car. I stumbled backward so fast I nearly fell on my ass. The driver's head remained turned toward me, those white eyes seeming to track my movement, though I told myself that was impossible. The mouth was slightly open, revealing teeth that looked too numerous and sharp to be human. I ran like hell back to the store, slamming and locking the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the phone twice before managing to dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher sounded bored. There's someone at the gas station, I stammered. Raise gas and go on Route 71. They're in their car and they look dead, but the car's running. I think they need help. I couldn't bring myself to describe what I'd actually seen. "Are they breathing? Have you checked for a pulse?" she asked. "No, I didn't check. They look like they've been dead for weeks, but they're here in a running car." I was pacing behind the counter, keeping my eyes on the security monitor. The car was still there, headlights blazing. "Sir, please calm down. Are they responsive at all?" "No, they're slumped over the wheel, but..." I stopped. On the monitor, I saw movement. The driver's head was now upright, no longer slumped, and though the headlights made it hard to see clearly, it seemed like they were staring directly at the security camera, directly at me. "They're moving," I whispered. "Oh God, they're looking at the camera. Sir, what's happening?" "Just send someone now, please." The dispatcher assured me deputies were on their way. I stayed on the line, unable to tear my eyes from the monitor. The driver remained upright, those white eyes somehow visible even through the camera's poor quality and the glare of the headlights. They didn't move otherwise. No attempts to get out, no gesturing, nothing. Just that unblinking stare. It took the sheriff's deputies 23 minutes to arrive. 23 minutes of watching that thing stare at the camera. I didn't dare go outside again. When the patrol car pulled up, lights flashing, I finally felt some relief. 2 deputies approached the sedan cautiously, hands on their holsters. I watched on the monitor as they circled the vehicle, shining flashlights inside. One of them opened the driver's door and leaned in. Then they both started looking around the lot, as if confused. The other deputy walked toward the store. The bell jingled as he entered. "You the one who called this in?" He was middle-aged with a thick mustache. His name tag read Deputy Carroll. "Yes," I said, still shaking. "There was someone in that car. Did you find them? Are they okay?" He frowned. "Son, there's nobody in that vehicle. It's empty." My stomach dropped. That's impossible. I saw them. I touched them. They were right there, slumped over the wheel. The car's running, keys in the ignition, but there's nobody inside. No signs anyone was in it recently either. Seats are dry despite all this fog. But I saw them. I insisted. Gray skin, white eyes, they looked wrong. The deputy exchanged a look with his partner who had come in behind him. That look said everything. They thought I was either pranking them or on drugs. "We'll run the plates," the second deputy said. Maybe it was stolen and abandoned. It wasn't abandoned. I saw someone inside. My voice had risen to almost a shout. Deputy Carroll put his hand on my shoulder. "Calm down, son. When's the last time you slept?" I shrugged his hand off. This isn't about me being tired. There was something in that car. They humored me, taking my statement, but I could tell they didn't believe a word. They called a tow truck for the sedan, saying they'd impound it and investigate further. One of them made a comment about kids these days watching too many horror movies. I quit the next day. Couldn't bring myself to work another night shift there. My manager was pissed, but I didn't care. I told my parents I'd seen a dead body and was too freaked out to go back. They understood at least. The sheriff's department never contacted me again about the car. I asked around town a few weeks later and heard they'd identified the owner as some old man from 3 counties over who'd been reported missing 2 months earlier. They were treating it as a case of dementia. He'd driven off somewhere, abandoned his car, and was still missing. But I know what I saw wasn't an old man with dementia. It's been almost 4 years, and I still have nightmares, always the same one. I'm back at that gas station, and the car pulls up. But in the dream, when I go out to check, the driver sits upright as I approach. Those milky white eyes lock onto mine, and the mouth opens wider than any human mouth should, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. The worst part is what it says to me, in a voice like sand pouring over glass. "I'm still waiting for you." I've moved twice since then, changed my phone number. I don't work night shifts anymore, and I avoid gas stations after dark. But sometimes when I'm driving on a foggy night, I check my rearview mirror more than necessary. Terrified I'll see headlights that are just a bit too bright getting closer and closer. I know they never found that old man who supposedly owned the car, and I'm convinced that whatever I saw that night is still out there somewhere, driving those lonely highways, pulling into gas stations in the dead of night, waiting for someone like me to check on them. And sometimes, when the fog is thick and the night is quiet, I swear I can hear the sound of tires on wet gravel outside my window. Story 14. I never believed in the paranormal, not until 6 months ago. Even typing this now, my hands are shaking a bit. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to my family, but I need to share this somewhere because keeping it bottled up is driving me crazy. It started with a stupid yard sale. My mom loves these things, always hunting for treasures, as she calls them. That Saturday in June was scorching hot, typical riverside summer weather. We were driving back from my volleyball practice when Mom spotted a yard sale sign and practically swerved across 2 lanes to make the turn. My sisters and I groaned, but there was no stopping her when she got like this. The yard sale was at this old Victorian-style house. The owners were moving out and selling practically everything. Most of it was junk: old clothes, scratched-up furniture, dusty books. Then my mom spotted this antique vanity dresser with an oval mirror. It was actually pretty, dark mahogany wood with intricate carvings around the edges. The mirror had this slight discoloration around the edges, like a yellowish tint that made it look ancient. "Isn't it beautiful, Maria?" Mom asked, running her hand over the woodwork. "It would look perfect in the living room." The old woman selling it seemed almost desperate to get rid of it. She was asking $200, but when Mom offered $100, she agreed immediately. Looking back, I should have noticed how the woman wouldn't make eye contact when talking about the dresser. She just kept saying, "It's been in the family for generations," in this weird, flat voice. Dad wasn't thrilled when he had to help lug this massive dresser into our house, but Mom was so excited, they positioned it against the wall directly facing our couch. I remember thinking it was a weird spot for a vanity, but Mom insisted it opened up the space. The first week, everything was normal. Then my sister Isabella, we're twins, both 16, started acting weird. She'd avoid sitting on the couch and would take the armchair instead. When I asked her why, she just shrugged and said the couch felt off. Then one night, about 2 weeks after we got the dresser, I was doing homework on the couch. Isabella came in and sat next to me, but after a few minutes, she went completely still. I looked up and saw her staring at the mirror with this horrified expression. "What's wrong?" I asked. She didn't answer right away. She just kept staring, her face getting paler by the second. Then she whispered, "Do you see that?" I looked at the mirror but saw only our reflections. "See what?" "Behind me," she whispered. "In the mirror. There's something behind me." I looked again, focusing hard, but still saw nothing. Then Isabella suddenly jumped up and ran to our room. I followed her and found her sitting on her bed, shaking. "There was something in the mirror," she insisted. "Something white with these horrible black eyes. It was right behind me, looking over my shoulder." I thought she was just trying to freak me out, so I laughed it off. Big mistake. The next day, Isabella refused to go into the living room. At dinner, she begged Mom to move the dresser, but Mom thought she was being dramatic. Dad suggested she was stressed about finals. Our younger sister Elena, who's 12, thought it was hilarious and kept making ghost noises whenever Isabella was around. To prove Isabella was just being paranoid, I decided to sit in the exact spot where she'd been the night before. I remember checking my phone, then glancing up at the mirror. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just my reflection. Then the air behind me in the mirror seemed to ripple, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. I blinked, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I opened them, I saw it. A pale white face was slowly materializing behind my reflection. Not like a normal face. This was white like chalk, with no features except for 2 deep black holes where eyes should be. It wasn't fully formed, more like it was phasing into existence inch by inch. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The thing in the mirror kept appearing, more solid with each second. The black eyes had no pupils, no whites, just endless darkness that seemed to pull at something inside me. When it was fully formed behind me, it tilted its head slightly, like it was studying me. That's when I finally screamed. I jumped up and ran, crashing into my mom who was coming to see what was wrong. I was crying so hard I couldn't speak properly. When I finally calmed down enough to explain, my parents exchanged that look, the one that says, "Our teenager is being dramatic again." But Isabella believed me. She said, "Now you know I wasn't making it up." That night, I slept in Isabella's room. We pushed our beds together and stayed up late talking about what we'd seen. We agreed not to look at the mirror again and to avoid the living room as much as possible. But things only got worse. Isabella started having nightmares about the white creature. She'd wake up screaming, saying it was standing over her bed. I had similar dreams, but Isabella swears what she experienced wasn't just dreams. She described one night when she woke up unable to move. Classic sleep paralysis. She said she watched as her window slowly opened on its own, and the white figure from the mirror climbed in. It crawled across her ceiling, then down the wall until it was standing beside her bed. According to Isabella, it leaned down until its face was inches from hers, and she could feel its cold breath on her skin. Our parents still didn't believe us. Dad thought we were influencing each other with ghost stories, and Mom suggested we were spending too much time on horror websites. But they did finally agree to move the dresser out of the living room. Unfortunately, they moved it into my bedroom. The first night with that thing in my room, I couldn't sleep. I kept feeling like someone was watching me. I tried covering the mirror with a blanket, but Mom found it the next morning and took it off, saying I was being ridiculous and would wrinkle the blanket. I started sleeping facing the wall. I couldn't bear looking at the mirror, knowing what might be looking back. Worst was when I had to use the mirror to do my makeup for school. Sometimes from the corner of the mirror, I'd see a white shape forming. I'd quickly look away, and when I looked back, it would be gone or moved to a different corner. Our younger sister Elena thought we were both crazy until one evening when she was helping Mom cook dinner. I was in my room, still avoiding the mirror, when I heard Elena scream. I ran to the kitchen and found her pointing at the oven door. "It was there," she screamed, "in the reflection, behind Mom." Mom tried to calm her down, saying it was just her imagination because Isabella and I had been scaring her with our stories. But Elena was adamant. She described exactly what we had seen, the pale white face with black eyes. That was the turning point. Mom finally started to believe something might be wrong with the dresser. Dad was still skeptical, but he agreed to move it to the garage temporarily, to settle everyone down. But moving the dresser didn't stop what was happening. If anything, it made things worse. Doors throughout the house started closing on their own. Kitchen cabinets would be open in the morning when we were sure they'd been closed the night before. Pictures fell off walls for no reason. Sometimes we'd hear voices, not clear words, but mumbling, like someone talking in another room when no one was there. Our dog Pepper started acting weird too. He'd growl at empty corners and refuse to go into certain rooms. One night, he stood at the bottom of the stairs, barking at something none of us could see, his fur standing on end. One evening, I was home alone doing homework when I heard knocking. Not at the front door, but inside the walls. 3 distinct knocks, then silence, then 3 more. It moved around the house, first in the living room, then the kitchen, then upstairs. I called my parents, who were at Elena's school concert. They told me to go to the neighbors, but as I was heading to the front door, I heard footsteps on the stairs. Heavy footsteps, like a man wearing boots, but there was nobody there. I ran out of the house and waited at our neighbors until my family got home. When I told them what happened, Dad finally started to take it seriously. That night, he went to the garage to examine the dresser more carefully. He found something carved into the back, a name and date, Elizabeth Winters, 1892. He looked it up online and discovered Elizabeth Winters had lived in our area and died at age 23. The article said she'd committed suicide by hanging herself in front of her bedroom mirror after claiming for weeks that something was watching her from it. The dresser had belonged to her. That night, things escalated. Around 3 in the morning, we all woke up to a loud crash. We found the dresser had somehow moved from the garage back into the house. It was sitting in the middle of our living room, the mirror shattered on the floor. But the worst part, in each shard of the broken mirror, we could see the same pale face with black eyes, multiplied dozens of times, watching us from every angle. Dad didn't hesitate. He dragged the dresser outside, doused it in lighter fluid, and set it on fire right there in our front yard. We stood watching as the wood blackened and cracked in the flames. As the fire consumed the dresser, I swear I heard a scream coming from inside it. Not human, something much worse. The mirror shards on our living room floor simultaneously cracked further, creating a spiderweb pattern before turning to dust. We thought that would be the end of it. We were wrong. Sometimes I still see it, that white face with black eyes, reflected in windows, in the screen of my phone when it's turned off, in puddles after it rains. It's like it's following me, waiting for something. Last week I was washing my face before bed. When I looked up at the bathroom mirror, there it was, standing behind me. It reached out a long, pale hand and placed it on my shoulder. I could feel the weight of it, the unnatural coldness seeping through my shirt. I haven't told my family. They think it's over, that we're safe now. But I know better. Whatever was in that dresser didn't burn with it. It's still here, watching us, and I don't think it's ever going to leave. Story 15. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to me last year. It was early October of 2021, and I was driving back from visiting my college buddy Mark in Riverdale, this tiny town about 3 hours from where I live. I'd stayed longer than planned. We got caught up reminiscing about the old days, and before I knew it, it was already getting dark. Mark offered to let me crash on his couch, but I had work the next morning and couldn't afford to call in sick again. My boss had already given me 2 warnings, so I decided to head home despite the late hour. As I was leaving, Mark's girlfriend Emma gave me this weird look. "You're not taking Highway 31, are you?" she asked. I told her I was, since it was the fastest route. She exchanged glances with Mark, who just shrugged. "What's wrong with Highway 31?" I asked. "Nothing," Mark said quickly. "Emma's just being superstitious." Emma shook her head. "People around here don't drive that road at night if they can help it, especially not alone." I laughed it off. "I'm not one for ghost stories or urban legends." Mark walked me to my car and mumbled something about locals being weird about the old Blackwater Bridge on Highway 31. Apparently some woman had drowned there back in the 70s, and people claimed they'd seen her ghost wandering near the bridge. "Just small-town folklore," Mark said, but I noticed he wasn't making eye contact. "Text me when you get home, okay?" The first hour of my drive was uneventful. The road was practically empty except for the occasional truck. The radio kept me company, though the signal grew weaker the farther I got from town. By the time I reached the outskirts of Riverdale County, I was mostly getting static. That's when I started feeling off. Not scared, just uneasy. The trees on either side of the highway seemed to close in, creating this tunnel effect. The moon was full that night, casting everything in this pale blue light that made the landscape look washed out and wrong somehow. I remember checking my GPS. It showed I was approaching Blackwater Bridge, the one Mark had mentioned. My car's temperature gauge had been acting up all week, and right as I hit the bridge, the needle suddenly spiked into the red zone. A second later, the engine made this horrible grinding noise, and the car just died. I managed to coast to the shoulder just past the bridge. When I tried to restart it, nothing happened, not even a click. Great. Stranded in the middle of nowhere at almost 11 at night. I checked my phone. No service. Of course, I sat there for a few minutes trying to decide what to do. The highway was deserted. I hadn't seen another car for at least 20 minutes. I figured I'd wait a bit to see if someone drove by, then walk back to find a signal if I had to. That's when I heard it. At first I thought it was just the wind or maybe an animal, but as I listened, I realized it was a woman crying. Not screaming or sobbing, just this quiet, heartbroken weeping that seemed to be coming from somewhere near the bridge. I told myself it was nothing, probably just the wind through the trees or water rushing over rocks in the river below. But the sound didn't stop. If anything, it got clearer. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and stepped out of the car. The air was cold and damp and completely still. No wind at all. Yet the crying continued. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there? Do you need help?" No response, just that same weeping. I shined my flashlight toward the riverbank, and that's when I saw her. A woman standing by the water's edge about 50 feet from the bridge. She was wearing what looked like a pale dress that seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. Her dark hair hung down her back, almost to her waist. My first thought was relief. Another person who could help, or at least let me use their phone. I called out again, but she didn't turn around. "Excuse me, my car broke down. Do you have a phone I could use?" She turned slightly then, just enough for me to see part of her face. Even from that distance, I could tell she was beautiful, but there was something wrong. Her eyes looked hollow, almost like deep shadows where eyes should be. She raised one arm slowly, like she was beckoning me to come closer. I hesitated. Something about this felt wrong. Why would a woman in a dress be standing alone by a river at this hour? Why wasn't she responding to me? Before I could decide what to do, a gust of wind suddenly whipped through the trees. I had to shield my eyes from the dust and leaves. When I looked back, she was gone. Just gone. There was nowhere she could have hidden that quickly. The crying had stopped too. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. Maybe I'd imagined it. I'd been driving for hours, and I was tired. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I was about to get back in my car when the weeping started again. This time from the direction of the bridge. It was louder now, more desperate. My heart was racing as I got back into my car and locked the doors. I tried the engine again. Nothing. I fumbled with my phone, hoping for even one bar of service. Still nothing. Then I heard it. A loud bang on the roof of my car, like someone had slammed their hand down on the metal. I nearly jumped out of my skin. The sound echoed in the quiet night. I froze, not daring to move or breathe. Several seconds passed, then another bang, this one even louder than the first. "Who's there?" I shouted, but my voice sounded thin and scared, even to my own ears. The weeping continued, growing more and more desperate. It was like whoever was crying was in terrible pain or grief. Despite my fear, I felt drawn to it somehow, like I needed to find out what was wrong. Against my better judgment, I got out of the car again and walked toward the bridge. The crying was definitely coming from there now. As I approached, I saw her again. The woman in the pale dress. This time she was standing in the river itself, the water up to her knees. She was facing me, though I still couldn't make out her features clearly. There was an urgency about her now, like she was trying to tell me something. I was about 30 feet away when headlights suddenly appeared on the highway behind me. A truck slowed down and pulled over near my car. I've never been so relieved to see another human being in my life. An older man in a flannel shirt and baseball cap climbed out. "Car trouble?" he called out. I hurried back to meet him, glancing over my shoulder at the river. The woman was gone again. "Yeah, it just died on me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Right as I was crossing the bridge. The man nodded, looking unsurprised. "Happens a lot on this stretch, especially at night." He glanced past me toward the bridge, his expression guarded. You see anything unusual while you were waiting?" I hesitated. This guy was a stranger, and I didn't want him thinking I was crazy, but something in his face told me he already knew what I might say. "I thought I saw a woman down by the river," I admitted, "in a dress, and I kept hearing crying." He sighed heavily and pulled off his cap, running a hand through his thinning hair. Long dark hair, pale dress. My blood ran cold. "You've seen her too?" "Not me personally, but plenty of folks around here have. My brother-in-law swears she appeared in his back seat one night about 5 years back." He shook his head. "They say she was coming home from her wedding when her car went off the bridge. Drowned in that river. Some think she's looking for help. Others say she's trying to warn people." "Warn them about what?" "The bridge, maybe. It's got a bad history. Too many accidents." He looked uncomfortable. "Let's have a look at your car." The man, he introduced himself as Ray, popped my hood and fiddled with some connections. Turns out a wire had come loose from my battery, and something was wrong with my cooling system. Ray got it fixed enough for me to drive home, refusing the $20 I tried to give him. "Just doing what anyone would do," he said, then added more quietly, "I don't like to leave people stranded here, especially after dark." As I thanked him, I couldn't help asking, "Do you really believe it's a ghost, the woman by the river?" Ray was quiet for a moment. "I believe people see something. Whether it's a ghost or their own fear taking shape, I couldn't tell you. But this highway, it's got a feeling to it, doesn't it?" I couldn't argue with that. The entire stretch of road felt wrong somehow, like the air itself was heavier. Before he left, Ray gave me one last piece of advice. "If you ever drive this way again, do it in daylight. And don't stop for anything, especially not a woman asking for help." I made it home that night without further incident, though I swear I kept seeing glimpses of pale movement in my rearview mirror. I texted Mark as soon as I got in, and he called me immediately, sounding relieved. When I told him what happened, he went quiet. "Why didn't you warn me?" I asked him. "Would you have believed me if I'd told you there was a ghost haunting Highway 31? He replied. "I figured Emma had said enough to make you careful." It's been over a year now, and I still think about that night constantly. I've researched the history of Blackwater Bridge and found newspaper articles about at least 3 drownings there since 1975. One was indeed a woman who died just 2 days after her wedding. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was just my imagination, fueled by Emma's warning and the creepy atmosphere. Maybe it was a real woman who needed help and I failed her. Or maybe, and this is what keeps me up at night, maybe she was trying to warn me about something that I still don't understand. What I do know is that I've changed my route whenever I visit Mark now. It adds an extra hour to my drive, but I don't care. I'll never take Highway 31 again, especially not at night. And whenever someone mentions taking that road, I find myself saying the same thing Emma said to me. People around here don't drive that road at night if they can help it, especially not alone. I still don't know what the woman by the river wanted from me. Sometimes I wonder if I should have gone closer, if she was trying to tell me something important. Other times, I'm grateful Ray showed up when he did. But whatever the truth is, a part of me knows that she's still there, waiting by that bridge, crying for someone to hear her. Story 16. I still don't sleep right. It's been nearly 9 months since what happened under Pioneer Square, and I can't talk about it with anyone except the department-assigned therapist. They've got us all under strict NDAs, but I need to get this out somewhere or I'm going to lose my mind. I figure an anonymous post might help me process things without violating department protocols too badly. I'm Lisa Chen, SPD for 8 years now. I was on night shift patrol with James Wilson when the call came in around 3 in the morning on February 12, 2023. Sergeant Martinez requested immediate backup at Pioneer Square regarding 2 missing officers. I remember thinking it was probably just a communication issue. Radios drop out downtown all the time with all the old infrastructure. When we arrived, Martinez was standing beside Officers Kim and Thompson's patrol car. The engine was still running, headlights on, doors unlocked. Their equipment was all there. Flashlights, radios, everything except their sidearms. Martinez looked rattled, which was unsettling since he's usually unflappable. They went down there, he said, pointing to a maintenance hatch in the sidewalk. Dispatch got a call about strange noises. Last radio check was 11 minutes ago, and they reported finding some kind of underground police station. The maintenance hatch had an ancient padlock on it now, rusted. Looked like it had been there for decades, but that was impossible. Kim and Thompson had gone down there less than 15 minutes earlier. Wilson looked at me with that "what the hell" expression. How'd they get through the lock? There wasn't one, Martinez said, his voice tight. I watched the dash cam footage. They opened it normally and went down. Now it's locked. We had to use bolt cutters from our trunk to break the lock. The thing crumbled like it was 100 years old. The smell that came up from that hole was wrong, not sewer gas or anything I recognized. It smelled like ozone and old paper and something metallic. Martinez went down first, then me, then Wilson. The tunnel was standard maintenance access at first, concrete walls, utility pipes, normal stuff. But about 50 feet in, everything changed. The concrete gave way to older brick, then stone in some sections. The lighting was all wrong too. Some sections had gas lamps, actual working gas lamps, while others had modern LED strips, and still others had what looked like fiber optic lighting embedded in the walls. This isn't on any city blueprint, Martinez muttered, checking his tablet. None of this should be here. We kept moving, trying to follow Kim and Thompson's likely path. The tunnels branched in ways that made no sense, sometimes looping back on themselves. In one section we found 1920s-style police call boxes mounted to the wall. The creepy part, they were connected to what looked like modern surveillance equipment. Check this out, Wilson said, pointing to a junction box. These are fiber optic cables running into an old rotary phone system. I keyed my radio. Dispatch, this is Officer Chen. Any contact from Officers Kim or Thompson? Nothing but static. I checked my phone. No signal. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, we entered a large circular room with about a dozen tunnels branching off. The walls were lined with lockers and equipment racks. Martinez called it a temporal junction in his official report, and that name fits better than anything I could come up with. There were police uniforms from every era of Seattle's history. The wool coats from the early 1900s, the leather jackets from the 50s, modern tactical gear, and even some sleek uniforms I didn't recognize. Display cases held weapons ranging from old service revolvers to our current department-issue Glocks to something that looked like, I don't even know, too advanced. In the center of the room was a round desk with an old logbook. Wilson picked it up and started flipping through pages. His face went pale. "It's a duty roster," he said, "dating back to 1889, going forward to 2147. "That's impossible," I said, but my voice sounded hollow even to me. "Look." He turned the book around. There were names, badge numbers, patrol routes, all meticulously logged. Some names I recognized from Seattle PD history. And then, near the end, entries for Kim, Rachel A. and Thompson. Marcus D.I. felt sick. The entries for Kim and Thompson weren't just for February 12, 2023. There were entries for them stretching decades into the future. Martinez found their badges on a wall display, arranged in a pattern with other badges. The display had a small plaque. Temporal recruits. Next to Kim and Thompson's badges were others with names I recognized. Officers who had gone missing in 1952, 1978, and 2001. Cold cases I'd read about during training. My watch read 3:33 a.m., when everything electronic we had simultaneously died. Our flashlights, phones, radios, all dead at once. The only light came from those strange gas lamps and some kind of phosphorescent material in the ceiling. That's when we heard the footsteps, not just from one direction but from several tunnels at once. Martinez drew his weapon, and Wilson and I followed suit. They came from the tunnels. Police officers in uniforms from different eras. Some wore the old-style caps and coats from the early 1900s, others in 1950s uniforms, some in gear that looked like modern SWAT but wrong somehow. They moved with purpose, like they were on normal patrol routes. They didn't acknowledge us at all. The most disturbing part, some of them walked through solid walls like they weren't there. Others disappeared halfway down corridors or seemed to skip forward several feet in an instant. "Police, identify yourselves," Martinez shouted, but they ignored him completely. I'll never forget what happened next. A female officer in a uniform I'd never seen before walked directly toward me. Her name tag read KIMR. It was Rachel, but different. Her face was the same, but her eyes looked like she'd aged decades. She walked straight through me, not bumping into me, but literally through me. I felt a cold that went beyond physical, like my soul had been dipped in ice water. As she passed, I heard her voice clearly. "Chronal stability at 47%, temporal breach detected, February 12, 2023, containment protocols in effect." Wilson grabbed my arm. "Did you hear that? Did you see? We need to get out now," Martinez ordered, his voice cracking. "Now." We tried to retrace our steps, but the tunnels had changed. Passages that had been straight now curved. Junctions we'd passed through had different numbers of exits. It was like the whole place was rearranging itself. I don't remember how we got out. I have flashes, running down a tunnel that seemed to stretch forever, Wilson screaming when something we couldn't see grabbed at his ankle, Martinez firing his weapon at shadows that moved against the flow of our flashlight beams. The next clear memory I have is waking up in a hospital bed 3 days later. They told us we were found wandering in Pioneer Square at dawn, disoriented and dehydrated. The weird part? We were wearing our modern uniforms but carrying 1940s police equipment. Batons, whistles, badges with numbers that hadn't been issued since before World War II. Kim and Thompson were never found, but their voices still come through on radio frequencies sometimes. Dispatch has recordings. Kim reciting crime statistics from 1935. Thompson reporting a collar of some suspect from 2087. The texts say the transmissions are coming from deep underground, way deeper than any tunnel should go. The official report calls it a mass hallucination caused by gas leaks in the old tunnels. The badges and equipment we brought back? dismissed as items we picked up from some collector's stash we found while disoriented. But I know what I saw. And 6 months later, when construction workers found the time capsule dated 2147 with reports signed by Kim and Thompson describing their temporal recruitment and integration into the cross-timeline police force, the department buried it all, classified it, threatened our jobs if we talked. Martinez retired last month. Wilson transferred to Tacoma. I'm still here, but I request daylight shifts only. I won't go near Pioneer Square after dark. Sometimes I wake up at exactly 3:33 a.m. and my radio crackles to life even when it's turned off. Last week I heard Rachel's voice clear as day. "Chen, we need you on temporal patrol. Your badge is waiting." I've started dreaming about those tunnels. In my dreams, I'm walking patrol routes through Seattle across different times, keeping order across decades rather than city blocks. And sometimes, when I pass a mirror, my reflection is wearing one of those strange future uniforms. I don't know what happened down there. I don't know if Kim and Thompson are dead or something else, but I know the tunnels are still there. And sometimes when I'm on patrol and drive past Pioneer Square, I see uniformed figures standing by that maintenance hatch. Figures from different eras, all staring at me like they're waiting. I think they're recruiting. Story 17. I've been putting off writing this for weeks now because honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of what happened. But I need to get this out of my head, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can help me understand what I saw. This happened about 2 months ago when I was house sitting for the Parkers, an older couple who live outside of town. I'm 19, still living with my parents and 3 younger siblings, so when Mr. Parker, my dad's friend from work, asked if I wanted to make some extra cash watching their place for a week, I jumped at the chance. Some peace and quiet, no sharing a bathroom with my sisters, and getting paid for it seemed like a no-brainer. Their house is about 10 miles outside town, surrounded by woods on 3 sides with a creek running along the back of the property. It's the kind of place that looks beautiful during the day. All these big windows overlooking nature, birds everywhere, that sort of thing. They have this gorgeous deck that wraps around half the house where you can sit and just listen to the creek bubbling by. The first 2 days were amazing. I brought my PlayStation, had the TV all to myself, and didn't have to deal with anyone's drama. I just had to feed Lucy, their golden retriever, take her out for walks, and make sure everything was locked up at night. Lucy is the sweetest dog, about 7 years old, super friendly, always wanting to play fetch or curl up next to you on the couch. By the 3rd day, I started noticing something off about Lucy's behavior. In the morning and afternoon, she was her usual self, energetic, playful, following me everywhere. But as soon as the sun started setting, she got anxious. When I tried to take her outside for her evening bathroom break, she just stood at the door, tail between her legs. I literally had to coax her out with treats, and even then, she did her business as fast as possible and bolted back to the door. I figured maybe she was just missing the Parkers. Dogs get separation anxiety, right? So I didn't think too much of it. That night I was up late playing Call of Duty. It must have been around midnight when I first heard it, this weird splashing sound coming from the direction of the creek. At first I thought it might be a deer or some other animal getting a drink, but then I realized the splashing was too deliberate. It had this rhythm to it, like someone was wading through the water, back and forth, back and forth. I muted the TV and just listened. Splash, splash, splash. Then silence for maybe 10 seconds. Then splash, splash, splash again. It went on like this for probably 15 minutes. I'm not usually the jumpy type, but something about those sounds made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I double-checked that all the doors were locked, closed all the blinds, and tried to convince myself it was just an animal. Lucy, though, she knew better. She was under the coffee table, trembling. When I tried to comfort her, she whimpered and pressed herself against me so hard I could feel her heart racing. Eventually, the splashing stopped, and I went to bed with Lucy curled up next to me instead of in her dog bed. I had trouble falling asleep, but I chalked it up to being in an unfamiliar place and hearing weird nature sounds I wasn't used to. The next day was normal enough. I did some homework. I'm taking online classes at community college, played with Lucy in the yard, and FaceTimed my girlfriend. Lucy seemed fine during the day again, running around the yard, chasing squirrels. But as the afternoon wore on, she started getting clingy, following me from room to room and whining whenever I got too close to the windows facing the creek. I decided to take Lucy for a walk before it got dark, thinking maybe she just needed more exercise to burn off whatever anxiety she was feeling. We walked along the edge of the property, and when we got to the creek, Lucy stopped dead in her tracks and wouldn't go any closer. That's when I saw them. Footprints in the mud at the edge of the creek. Big, bare footprints that looked vaguely human but wrong somehow. They were too big, like easily size 15 or larger, and the toes were spread wide apart. The stride between them was massive too, like whoever or whatever made them was really tall. The prints came up from the creek and headed toward the tree line. I tried to follow them, but Lucy was pulling so hard on her leash to get back to the house that I gave up. Looking back, I'm glad she did that. I spent the rest of the afternoon feeling on edge. I tried telling myself there must be a logical explanation. Maybe some local kids playing a prank or a hiker with weird feet, but deep down, I knew those prints weren't right. As night fell, I made sure every door and window was locked. I even pushed the living room couch in front of the back door, which in hindsight probably looks ridiculous, but at the time it made me feel safer. Lucy refused to leave my side. She wouldn't even eat her dinner unless I put her bowl right next to where I was sitting. When it was time for bed, she jumped right up with me instead of sleeping on the floor like she had the previous nights. I tried to distract myself by watching Netflix on my laptop, but I couldn't focus. Every little noise made me tense up. Around midnight, I heard it again, the splashing from the creek, only this time it was louder, closer. Splash, 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 pause, splash, splash, splash. It sounded like whatever was making those sounds was making its way toward the house. Lucy started whimpering and dived under the bed. I sat there frozen, laptop still open on my legs, listening to those wet footsteps coming closer. Then the splashing stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I strained my ears trying to hear anything, a twig snapping, leaves rustling, anything that would tell me where this thing was now. That's when I heard it, a soft, wet slap against my bedroom window, like something damp pressing against the glass. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My eyes were fixed on the window, which thankfully had the blinds drawn, but there was a small gap at the edge where the blinds didn't quite meet the window frame, and through that gap, I saw it. A pale, grayish hand pressed flat against the glass. The fingers were impossibly long and thin, like someone had stretched them out. They were webbed, not like cartoon webbed hands, but with thin, translucent skin between each finger. Water was dripping down the window from where this hand was touching it. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. The hand stayed there, not moving, just pressed against the glass as if testing its strength. Then it slowly dragged downward, leaving these streaky watermarks on the window. Through the gap in the blinds, I caught a glimpse of something standing outside. It was dark, but the Parkers have these motion sensor lights on the side of the house, and one had clicked on. What I saw was just a silhouette, tall and lanky, with an oddly shaped head that seemed too small for its body. It was just standing there, watching me. I finally managed to move. I slammed my laptop shut and dove under the covers like a scared kid. I know it sounds stupid, but it was pure instinct. I could hear Lucy breathing hard under the bed, and part of me wanted to reach down for her, but I was too terrified to put my hand anywhere near the edge of the bed. For what felt like hours, I just lay there, ears straining for any sound. Occasionally, I'd hear something brush against the side of the house, a soft, dragging sound. Once, I heard what sounded like sniffing at the window, like when a dog is trying to catch a scent, except no dog I know makes that wet, gurgling noise that came with it. I must have eventually passed out from sheer exhaustion. When I woke up, sunlight was streaming through the blinds. Lucy was still under the bed, and it took a lot of coaxing to get her to come out. With daylight came courage, or at least enough of it to make me go look at the window from the outside. The glass was streaked with what looked like dirty water, and underneath the window, the ground was wet with puddles that hadn't been there the day before. I followed what looked like a trail of water droplets away from the house. They led back to the creek, where I found more of those huge footprints in the mud. Only now there were more of them, and they circled the entire house before heading back to the water. Whatever it was had been pacing around the house while I slept. I spent that last day in a state of panic, jumping at every sound. I seriously considered calling the Parkers or even the police, but what would I say? That some water monster was stalking their house? That I saw a webbed hand on the window? They'd think I was crazy or on drugs. I decided to tough it out one more night since the Parkers were coming home the next morning. I moved a dresser in front of my bedroom door and kept a baseball bat next to the bed. Lucy wouldn't leave the room, not even to go outside. I had to put down pee pads for her. That final night, I heard the splashing again, but this time it stayed in the creek, never coming closer to the house, almost like it knew the Parkers were returning soon. When they got home the next morning, I was a wreck from lack of sleep. Mrs. Parker asked if everything was okay, and I just mumbled something about having trouble sleeping in a new place. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what happened. How do you tell someone their beautiful creek house is being stalked by some kind of water creature? It's been 2 months, and I still haven't told anyone except you guys. I drive by their place sometimes on my way to a friend's house, and every time I slow down and look toward that creek, and every time I swear I can feel eyes watching me from the water. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know if it's still there, waiting. All I know is that I will never go near that creek again, and no amount of money could get me to stay in that house after dark. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Am I losing my mind? Story 18. I don't even know where to begin with this. I'm still shaking as I type this out, and I've checked my doors 3 times since sitting down at my computer. I need to tell someone what's happening because I feel like I'm losing my mind. And maybe putting it all out there will help me make sense of it. I'm a 30-year-old single mom with 2 kids living in Willow Creek. It's one of those quiet suburban towns where nothing ever happens, which is exactly why I moved here after my divorce. For the past 4 years, I've been working night shifts at the East Side Distribution Center, this massive warehouse on the edge of town. The hours suck. 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., but the pay is decent, and the schedule lets me see my kids off to school in the mornings before I crash for a few hours. My brother Marcus works at Fresh Value, the grocery store about half a mile from the warehouse. He manages the morning shift, so our schedules kind of overlap. I usually stop by after my shift ends to pick up breakfast stuff or whatever we need at home. It became this little routine where I'd tap on the back window near the produce section to say hi to him and the other early morning workers before grabbing my stuff and heading home. 3 months ago, I had to take a leave of absence. My mom got really sick, cancer, and I needed time to help her through the first rounds of chemo and get the kids settled into a new routine. The HR department at the warehouse said it wouldn't be a problem, and they processed my paperwork right away. The only issue has been getting cleared to come back. There's been this stupid delay with my return to work forms. The doctor filled them out weeks ago, but somehow they keep getting lost in processing, according to HR. So I've been home, taking care of mom and the kids, waiting for the green light to start working again. That's why I nearly jumped out of my skin 2 nights ago when I got a message from Diane, one of the team leads at the warehouse. Elena, just checking in about your intentions to return. The system shows you've been clocking in, but we need the paperwork processed officially. Can you stop by HR tomorrow? I stared at that message for a good 5 minutes, totally confused. I hadn't been anywhere near the warehouse in 3 months. How could I be clocking in? I called Diane immediately, but it went straight to voicemail. She was probably on the floor supervising. I left a message explaining there must be some mistake and went to bed feeling uneasy. The next morning was when things got truly bizarre. I woke up to 3 text messages from different co-workers, from Jamie. Why'd you leave early? Everything okay? From Miguel. Hey, missed you at break. You feeling all right? From Tasha. Girl, you looked rough this morning. Hope whatever's going on gets better soon. My heart started racing. I texted them all back saying there must be some mistake, that I hadn't been to work at all. Jamie called me almost immediately. What do you mean you weren't at work? I literally waved to you at the packing station around midnight. You were wearing that purple hoodie you always wear when it's cold in the warehouse. I felt sick. The purple hoodie was hanging in my closet. I hadn't worn it in months. I tried to explain that it was impossible, that I'd been home all night with my kids, that my badge wouldn't even work in the system since I was on leave. That's weird, Jamie said, sounding confused. I mean, I saw you clear as day. We even made eye contact. After hanging up, I called my brother in a panic. Marcus has always been my rock, the one person who can talk me down when I'm freaking out, but his response only made things worse. Oh my God, Elena, he said, his voice tense. I was just about to call you. I saw you this morning, around 6:20, right when you usually come by after your shift. You walked right past the union table in the break room. I called out to you, but you just kept walking. I figured you were in a hurry or something. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the phone. Marcus, that's impossible. I was home. I was in bed. The kids had a snow day yesterday, remember? We were all home. There was a long pause. Elena, I swear to God I saw you. Jess and Carlos saw you too. We were all having coffee at the table. By that afternoon, I'd heard from 6 different people, all claiming they'd seen me in the last 24 hours. 2 warehouse workers said they spotted me walking through the shipping area around 2 a.m. My supervisor said she saw me heading to the office around 4:30 a.m. and 3 people at the grocery store, including my brother, swore they saw me walking by at exactly 6:20 in the morning, the exact time I would normally be there after finishing my shift. I drove to the warehouse in a complete state of panic. The security guard, Pete, has worked there forever and knows everyone. As soon as I walked in, his face went white. Elena, but you, I just saw you leave less than an hour ago. My legs almost gave out. What? What did you see exactly? You came in around 4:30, badged through the employee entrance like normal, then you left through the main doors about 20 minutes ago. I didn't think anything of it. Figured you forgot something after your shift. Did you actually see me badge in? Did you see the system register it? I was desperate for any explanation. Pete shook his head. No, I mean I didn't specifically watch the screen. I just saw you walk up to the door and go through. I assumed your badge worked. I asked him to check the system logs, and sure enough, there was no record of my badge being used. But 6 people claimed they'd physically seen me in the building. I convinced Pete to let me review the security footage. My hands were trembling as he pulled up the recordings from the night before. We checked the employee entrance at 4:30 a.m. Nothing. No one came through that door at that time. We checked the shipping area around 2 a.m. where Miguel and Tasha claimed to have seen me. Nothing there either. Maybe the cameras glitched, Pete suggested, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. I left the warehouse and drove straight to Fresh Value. My brother was still on shift, and I cornered him in the back room. Show me the security footage from this morning, I demanded. Marcus must have seen how terrified I was because he didn't argue, just led me to the manager's office and pulled up the recordings. 6:20 a.m. right by the union table in the break room. Nothing. No sign of me or anyone who looked like me walking past. I don't understand, Marcus said, his face pale. I swear I saw you. We all did. You were wearing that green jacket you always wear, had your hair up in a messy bun. My blood ran cold. I was wearing that exact outfit right then, but I hadn't been wearing it earlier that morning. I'd changed into it just before driving to the warehouse. On my way home, I called my mom. I needed someone to tell me I wasn't losing my mind. Mom, something really strange is happening, I told her, trying to keep my voice steady so I wouldn't freak her out. I explained everything. The text messages, the co-workers' claims, the security footage that showed nothing. She listened quietly, then said something that made my skin crawl. You know, in the old country, they have stories about this. When someone sees your double, your exact copy walking around, they call it a doppelganger. That's just superstition, I said, but my voice was shaking. Maybe, Mom replied. But my grandmother used to say seeing someone's double was an omen, that something was coming. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept checking on my kids, making sure they were safe, jumping at every little sound in the house. Around 3 a.m., my phone buzzed with a text from Jamie at the warehouse. "Are you okay? You just walked past the break room looking really upset." I nearly threw up. I called Jamie immediately, my heart pounding so hard I could barely speak. "I'm at home," I whispered. "I'm in my bed right now." There was a long pause. "That's not possible. I'm looking at you right now, Elena. You're standing by the vending machines." I asked her to take a picture to prove what she was seeing. A minute later, my phone dinged with an incoming photo. The image was blurry, taken from a distance, but unmistakable. It was me, or something that looked exactly like me, standing by the vending machines in the warehouse break room. Same height, same build, same messy dark hair pulled back in a bun. The figure's back was to the camera, but I could see the purple hoodie I often wore during night shifts. "Go talk to her," I said, my voice barely audible. "Please, I need to know what's happening." I heard Jamie take a deep breath. "Okay, hold on." I waited, clutching my phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. After what felt like forever, Jamie came back on the line. "Elena, I walked over there, called your name, but when she turned around, it wasn't you. It was some woman I've never seen before. She looked confused when I called her Elena, said her name was Maria, and she just started working here this week. But Elena, I swear to God, from behind she looked exactly like you. Same height, same hair, same clothes." "What does she look like from the front?" I demanded. "Nothing like you, completely different face. I don't understand how I could have made such a mistake." But it wasn't just Jamie who had made a mistake. It was 6 different people, all of whom know me well, all claiming to have seen me in places I wasn't. The next day, I went to the warehouse during daylight hours to meet this Maria. But when I got there, HR told me no one by that name had been hired recently. There was no record of any new employee in the system. 2 days later, Marcus called me in the middle of the night, his voice shaking. "Elena, I just saw you again, standing outside the store, looking in through the window. I waved, but you just stood there staring. Then when Carlos went outside to see if you needed something, you were gone. Last night was the worst yet." I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of my phone ringing. It was my next-door neighbor, Mrs. Klein. "Elena, honey, are you okay? I just saw you standing in your front yard, just staring at your house. I called out to you, but you didn't respond. I'm looking out my window now, and you're still there. Should I call someone?" I ran to my window, heart pounding, and looked out at my front yard. There was nothing there, no one standing in the yard, but Mrs. Klein insisted she could see me, or someone who looked exactly like me, standing perfectly still, staring up at my bedroom window. "I haven't left my house in 2 days. I've called in a locksmith to change all the locks. I've set up security cameras at every entrance. I sleep with my kids in my room now, the door locked, a chair propped against the handle. Because the thing that terrifies me most isn't that people are seeing someone who looks like me. It's the question that keeps me awake at night. If this thing, this doppelganger, whatever it is, if it's learning my routines, wearing my clothes, showing up in all the places I normally go, what does it want, and how long before it decides it wants my life completely?" Story 19. I've never told this story outside my immediate family. Even now, 26 years later, typing this makes my hands shake. I've tried therapy, meditation, even hypnosis, but nothing erases what happened that night in the summer of 1997. I was 6 years old, living in this old 2-story colonial in Goochland County, Virginia. Our house sat back from the road, surrounded by woods on 3 sides. That summer was brutal, the kind of Virginia heat that sticks to your skin and makes it hard to breathe. We didn't have central air, just window units in the common areas and my parents' bedroom. My room was on the 2nd floor at the end of the hallway. I had these big windows that faced the backyard and the woods beyond. My mom had hung these thin blue curtains that barely blocked any light, so on full moon nights, my entire room would be bathed in this weird blue-silver glow. Usually, I liked it. That night, I wish it had been pitch black. I remember going to bed around 8:30 wearing just my Spider-Man underwear because of the heat. Mom had put a box fan in my doorway, but it just pushed hot air around. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I was an active kid, always exhausted by bedtime. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. The digital clock on my nightstand read 2:17. I was drenched in sweat, my feet sticking to the sheets. It was so uncomfortable. I kicked off my covers to cool down. And that's when I heard it. Breathing. Not my breathing. Something else. It was this deep, wet, labored sound, like when you've been running for too long and can't catch your breath, but lower, heavier. It had this rhythm to it. In, out, but with this catch at the end of each exhale, almost like a quiet growl. At first, I thought it was the fan making weird noises. I actually remember feeling annoyed, not scared. I rolled over to look at the fan, and that's when I saw it. Between my bed and the window stood something that shouldn't exist. It was massive. I'm not exaggerating when I say it nearly touched our 8-foot ceiling, but it wasn't just tall, it was wide, with shoulders that seemed too broad to be real. The moonlight was bright that night, streaming through my window and lighting up everything in my room. My toys on the floor, the posters on my wall, my dresser with the half-open drawer. Everything except this thing. It was like a hole in reality. The blackest black I've ever seen. Not dark like shadows or like when you close your eyes. It was an absence of light, like it was swallowing all the moonlight that touched it. The edges of it weren't quite solid. They seemed to waver slightly, like heat coming off pavement in summer. I couldn't make out most of its features except for its eyes. God, the eyes, they were red. Not bright red like a stoplight, but deep, dull red like dying embers. They didn't reflect light. They seemed to generate their own glow from somewhere deep inside that void of a body. The scariest part was that it didn't have a neck. Its head just merged into those massive shoulders, and its arms. They hung down at its sides way too long, nearly reaching its knees. Its fingers were extended, longer than any human's could be. I couldn't move. I literally couldn't breathe. It was like my brain short-circuited. Then it shifted its weight just slightly, and the floorboard beneath it creaked. That sound broke whatever spell was holding me. I screamed. Not the fake scream kids do when they're playing. This was primal, from deep in my gut, the kind of scream that hurts your throat. When I screamed, it moved. It raised those impossibly long arms toward me, not quickly, but deliberately, its fingers spread wide. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I launched myself off the opposite side of the bed, away from it. My foot caught in the sheets, and I face-planted onto the hardwood floor. The pain shot through my nose and I tasted blood, but I didn't stop. I scrambled up and ran for my door, not daring to look back. I crossed the hallway in 2 steps and slammed into the bathroom door so hard it bounced against the wall. I hit the light switch and spun around, expecting that thing to be right behind me. It wasn't, but when I looked across the hall, I could see it still standing in my room, in the exact same spot, those red eyes now turned toward the doorway, toward me. I slammed the bathroom door shut and locked it. My heart was beating so hard it actually hurt. I climbed onto the toilet and pulled my knees to my chest, making myself as small as possible. I started screaming again, calling for my mom over and over. I don't know how long I sat there screaming. My throat was raw. I kept my eyes fixed on the door, terrified I'd see shadows moving under it, terrified that thing would somehow seep through the cracks. Finally, I heard my mom in the hallway. Ethan, what's wrong?" Her voice was thick with sleep. I couldn't form words, just kept screaming. I heard her trying the door. "Ethan, unlock the door, honey." I couldn't move. I physically couldn't make myself get off that toilet and approach the door. "Ethan, you're scaring me. Please open the door." I heard my dad's voice now too. "What's going on?" "Something's wrong with Ethan. He won't open the door." Then my dad's voice, closer to the door. "Buddy, we need you to open the door. Nothing's going to hurt you." But they didn't know. They hadn't seen it. I heard my dad tell my mom to get the screwdriver from the kitchen. A few minutes later, I heard them removing the doorknob from the outside. When the door swung open, I lunged at my mom, nearly knocking her over. "There's something in my room." I was hysterical, clinging to her nightgown. "Don't go in there! Don't go in there!" My mom held me tight, and I could feel her heart racing too. "Shh, you're okay. You're okay." My dad went to check my room, flipping on the light. I screamed for him not to go, certain that thing would get him, but he came back a minute later. "There's nothing there, buddy. You had a bad dream." But it wasn't a dream. I knew what I saw. The blood from my nose had dried on my upper lip and chin. My mom noticed it and gasped, "Oh my God, you're bleeding." "I fell when I was running away," I managed to say between sobs. They took me to their room. My mom cleaned my face while my dad got me some water. I was shaking so hard my teeth were chattering despite the heat. My mom wrapped me in a blanket and held me on her lap, rocking me like I was a baby again. I tried to tell them what I saw, but the words came out jumbled and frantic. My dad kept saying it was just a nightmare, but my mom looked worried. She felt my forehead, probably thinking I had a fever and was hallucinating. I don't remember falling asleep. My mom later told me I just passed out mid-sentence in her arms. She said I was pale as a ghost, my skin cold and clammy despite the heat. The next morning, I refused to go back to my room. I wouldn't even walk past the doorway. My parents thought I was overreacting to a nightmare, but they let me sleep in the guest room that night. Days passed, and I still wouldn't go near my room. My mom finally went in and packed some of my clothes and toys, bringing them to the guest room. My dad checked the attic access in my ceiling, thinking maybe I'd heard an animal up there. He found nothing. After a week, my parents started getting concerned about my behavior. I wasn't sleeping well. I'd wake up screaming, convinced that thing was standing over me. I wouldn't sleep without every light on. I refused to let any part of my body, especially my feet, stick out from under the covers. My mom took me to our family doctor, who suggested I was having night terrors. He explained that kids often have vivid dreams they can't distinguish from reality. But I knew the difference. I'd had nightmares before. This wasn't that. About 2 weeks after that night, my parents finally convinced me to go back into my room, but only during daylight, with both of them there. My dad made a big show of checking in the closet and under the bed. My mom had bought me a new bedspread, my favorite cartoon character, hoping it would help. Standing in that room, I felt sick to my stomach. My eyes kept darting to the spot where it had stood. The floor seemed normal, the walls intact, but it felt wrong. The air felt heavy. That night, they tried to get me to sleep in my room. My dad sat with me until I fell asleep, the overhead light and a new nightlight blazing. I woke up screaming at midnight, insisting I could hear the breathing again. After that, they gave up and moved me permanently to the guest room. It was months before I could sleep through the night, years before I could sleep with the lights off. To this day, and I'm 32 now, I cannot sleep with my feet uncovered, not even on the hottest nights. I've walked out of hotel rooms when the only option was a bed with a footboard that prevented the covers from fully draping over the end of the mattress. My family moved when I was 9, and I never had another experience like that. My parents eventually started referring to my visitor as the Kudos Gorilla, a weird, joking name to make it seem less frightening, I guess. Sometimes my mom still asks if I've seen any gorillas lately when I look tired, her way of asking if I'm sleeping okay. I've researched sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, all the rational explanations, none of them quite fit. In sleep paralysis, you can't move. I moved, I ran. I have the scar on my nose from the fall to prove it. I wasn't paralyzed. I was terrified. What bothers me most, even now, is that it didn't chase me. It could have. It stood there, watching me run, watching me across the hall, like it didn't need to follow because it had already done what it came to do. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know why it visited me. I don't know if it was some kind of entity, a glitch in reality, or something my young mind couldn't process correctly. What I do know is that it changed me forever. I still wake up sometimes at exactly 2:17 a.m., my heart pounding, certain that if I roll over, I'll see those red eyes staring at me from a face that isn't a face, in a body that absorbs all light. And even typing this now, alone in my apartment with all the lights on, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, in some dimension pressed up against ours, it's still standing there, waiting. Story 20. I've never shared this before because I'm still trying to process what happened. I work at a bar called the Lighthouse in Rain Shadow. It's a small coastal town where everyone pretty much knows everyone. I've been bartending there for about 3 years now, and while we get the occasional weird customer, nothing prepared me for what happened last week. It was a Thursday night, which is usually pretty quiet for us. Most of the locals come in on weekends, and tourists are rare this time of year when the weather turns. I was working with Jen and Mike. Jen handles hosting, and Mike helps me behind the bar on busier nights. Around 10 o'clock, I noticed this woman sitting alone at a corner table. I swear I hadn't seen her come in, which was weird because I usually notice everyone, especially when it's slow. She stood out immediately, dressed really nice in a black dress that looked expensive with this perfect red lipstick. She looked to be around my age, maybe late 20s. Super put together, you know, the kind of customer who looks like they wandered in from a much fancier place. When I walked over to take her order, I had this weird feeling in my stomach, like when you're about to give a speech and your body knows it before your brain does. I put on my professional smile anyway and started with my usual, "Hi there, welcome to the Lighthouse, can I get you?" She cut me off mid-sentence, which was jarring enough, but it was what she said that really threw me. "You're so adorable and beautiful," she said, staring directly into my eyes. I get compliments occasionally. It's part of working at a bar, but something about the way she said it made my skin crawl. Her pupils were massively dilated, almost completely black, and she wouldn't break eye contact, not even for a second. I'm talking absolutely unwavering, fixed staring. I mumbled a quick "thank you" and tried to get back to business. "What can I get for you to drink tonight?" "What do you recommend?" she asked, still staring. "Well, what kind of alcohol do you prefer?" I asked, trying to keep things normal. "I like all animals," she replied. I thought I'd misheard her. "Sorry, I meant what kind of alcohol do you like? Vodka, whiskey?" "I told you I like everything," she said, her expression completely unchanged. At this point, I was getting seriously uncomfortable. I jotted down a vodka tonic just to have an excuse to walk away. Back at the bar, I asked Mike to deliver her drink when it was ready. He gave me a weird look but agreed. When Mike came back, he looked unsettled. "That woman is strange," he whispered. "She told me I have beautiful lips, but she seemed angry when she said it. And she wouldn't look at me, kept her eyes on the table the whole time." About 20 minutes later, I had to check on her table again. The bar was nearly empty now, just a couple of regulars finishing up their drinks. When I approached her table, she was sitting in exactly the same position as before. The moment I got within a few feet, her head snapped up and she locked eyes with me again. Still not blinking. Her drink was untouched. "How's everything going over here?" I asked, trying to sound casual while avoiding direct eye contact. "Perfect timing," she said, her voice eerily calm. "I was just thinking about you." I forced a smile. "Can I get you anything else?" "Just your company for a moment," she said, gesturing to the empty chair across from her. I didn't want to sit, but I also didn't want to be rude to a customer, so I compromised by standing there and attempting small talk. "Do you live in the city?" I asked. "I'd like to live in a moment," she replied, which made absolutely no sense. "Are you from around here?" I tried again. She took a small sip of her drink, the first time I'd seen her touch it, and simply said, "Cheers." By now, my heart was racing. Something was seriously off about this woman. I made an excuse about needing to help other customers and practically ran back to the bar. Jen caught my expression and raised an eyebrow. That woman is freaking me out, I whispered. She's saying the weirdest things and won't stop staring. Jen glanced over. She gives me the creeps too. I keep feeling like she's watching me even when I'm not looking at her. Around midnight, the woman finally signaled for her check. I brought it over, trying to keep my hand from shaking as I placed it on the table. She handed me a credit card without looking at the total. While I was processing her payment, I tried one last attempt at normal conversation. "Any plans for the rest of your evening?" She tilted her head to the side at an uncomfortable angle, almost bird-like. "What are you doing after this?" "Just cleaning up and closing," I said, handing back her card and receipt. She smiled, showing perfect white teeth. "Me too." A chill ran through my entire body. "Oh, do you work at a restaurant or bar too?" "What do you do for work?" she asked, completely ignoring my question. "I'm a bartender here," I said, confused since we'd been talking for over an hour while I was clearly working. "What's your name?" she asked, still smiling that unsettling smile. "Victoria," I answered automatically, then immediately regretted giving her my real name. "Victoria," she whispered, and then repeated it softer. "Victoria." "And yours?" I asked, desperate to shift the focus away from me. She leaned forward slightly and whispered, "I'll get back to you." Then she whispered it again, "I'll get back to you." And again, "I'll get back to you." Each time her voice got a little higher pitched, a little more sing-song. I mumbled something about needing to help close up and walked away as quickly as I could without running. I watched from behind the bar as she stood up, smoothed her dress, and walked toward the exit. She never looked back. The moment the door closed behind her, I felt this wave of relief wash over me. Mike and Jen came over immediately. "What the hell was that about?" Mike asked. "That woman was seriously weird." Jen nodded. "Did you notice how she seemed to be vibrating with this strange energy, like she was containing something barely under the surface?" "Her eyes were so dilated," Mike added, "but she wasn't drunk or high, at least not on anything I've ever seen. She barely touched her drink." I was about to respond when Jen suddenly froze. "Wait, when did she come in? I don't remember seating her." We all looked at each other. As the hostess, Jen greets and seats every customer who comes through the front door. "Maybe she came in when you were in the bathroom," I suggested. Jen shook her head. "I haven't left the host stand all night except to help bus tables, and I would have noticed her walking in. She's not exactly someone who blends in." That's when Mike pointed out something that made my blood run cold. "The only other way in is through the employee exit in the back." The employee exit is this door that leads to the alley behind the bar. It's always locked from the outside and only staff have the code to get in. It's not marked as an entrance, and you'd have no reason to even know it existed unless you worked there. We checked the security camera footage, but for some reason there was static during the time frame when she must have arrived. Just static for about 3 minutes, and then it cleared up to show her already sitting at the table. I left work that night feeling completely on edge. The drive home was nerve-wracking. I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced I would see her following me. When I got home, I double-checked all the locks and even pushed my dresser in front of my bedroom door. I didn't sleep at all. It's been a week now, and I still haven't seen her again. But I can't shake this feeling that she's out there waiting. The phrase, "I'll get back to you," keeps echoing in my head. What did she mean? Get back to me about her name, or something else entirely? I've asked around town if anyone knows a woman matching her description, but no one seems to. It's like she appeared out of nowhere for that one night. The strangest part? When we ran her credit card, the name on it was Victoria, my name. The bank confirmed the card was legitimate and the payment went through, but they couldn't give me any information about the cardholder due to privacy policies. I've picked up extra shifts at a different bar across town because I can't bring myself to work nights at the lighthouse anymore. I keep thinking about what she said when I told her I'd be cleaning and closing up. "Me too," she had said, like she would be there, cleaning and closing too. But closing what? Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I swear I can hear a whisper, "I'll get back to you." I've started sleeping with the lights on. I don't know what I encountered that night, if it was just an extremely disturbed person or something else. All I know is that I've never felt so fundamentally unsettled by another human being in my life. And the worst part, I can't shake the feeling that whatever happened that night isn't over. That somehow, in some way, she's going to get back to me. And I have no idea what happens when she does. Story 21. I still have nightmares about March 14th, 2002. Even though 21 years have passed, I can't shake what happened. I've never told the full story until now. I couldn't. But the recent discovery they're saying construction workers made, I need to tell someone what really happened that night. My name is Marcus Hill. I was a dispatcher for Detroit PD back then, working the graveyard shift. Not my first choice, but the pay was better and I had a baby on the way. That particular Thursday night was unremarkable at first. Just the usual drunk and disorderlies, a couple domestic disturbances, nothing major. Officers Thompson and Parker were on routine patrol in squad car 437. I knew both guys pretty well. Pete had been on the force for 15 years, James for 12. Pete was this serious, by-the-book guy, never missed a detail. James was more laid back, always cracking jokes, but solid when things got serious. They weren't just partners, they'd been friends since the academy. The night started normal enough. I dispatched them to check out a noise complaint around 9, then a possible B&E that turned out to be a guy who locked himself out of his apartment. Standard stuff. Around 11, Pete radioed in requesting information on a vehicle they were following. A black sedan with tinted windows, no plates, said it had cut them off, then slowed down in front of them like it wanted their attention. I ran it through the system but got nothing. Told them to proceed with caution. Their last official check-in was at 11:47. Pete's voice sounded different, tense, but trying to hide it. He reported they were headed to the old Packard plant area to investigate suspicious activity. I asked if they needed backup. There was this long pause, then Pete just said, "Negative, we'll call if needed." Something felt off. Pete always followed protocol to the letter, and protocol said you don't check out the Packard plant at midnight without backup. That place was massive, a sprawling, decaying industrial complex where anything could happen. What nobody outside the department knew was that Pete and James had been acting strange for weeks. 3 times I'd heard them arguing in hushed voices in the break room, stopping whenever someone walked in. Pete had bags under his eyes, like he wasn't sleeping. James kept checking over his shoulder when walking to his car after shifts. At 12:30, I tried to reach them for a routine check. Nothing. Tried again at 12:45. Still nothing. By 1 in the morning, I had a sick feeling in my stomach and dispatched officers Ramirez and Donnelly to their last known location. While waiting for Ramirez and Donnelly to report back, I pulled up Pete and James's recent case files. There was nothing unusual except for one thing. They'd both separately requested copies of an old case file from 1998, something involving Victor Caspar, this wealthy real estate developer with rumored mob ties. The case had been closed with no charges filed. Why they were looking at it again, I had no idea. At 1:23, Ramirez radioed in. They'd found squad car 437 in an empty lot near the old Fisher body plant, not even close to where Pete had said they were headed. Engine cold, lights off. No sign of Pete or James. I'll never forget Ramirez's voice when he called in again 5 minutes later. "Dispatch, you need to get the lieutenant down here now." I was off shift at 6, but there was no way I was leaving. By then, the lot was crawling with officers and crime scene techs. The lieutenant let me stay because I'd been the last one to talk to them. What they found made no sense. Pete and James's service weapons, badges and flashlights were laid out in a neat row on the hood of their car. Inside, their coffees were still there, half drunk. James's phone was on the passenger seat with a half-written text to his wife. "Heading home in an hour. Don't wait up if you're tight." There were small blood drops leading away from the car, later confirmed to be from both officers, but the trail just stopped after about 30 feet, like they'd been lifted straight up or something. The truly weird part came when they checked nearby security cameras. One from a storage facility caught squad car 437 pulling into the lot at 12:15. Pete and James got out, looking calm, no guns drawn, no signs of distress. They walked toward the edge of the frame where two shadowy figures stood waiting. Then all four of them walked off camera together. No struggling, no force, nothing. I kept thinking about Pete's last words to me. "We'll call if needed." But they never called. 2 days before they disappeared, Pete had stopped by my console during a quiet moment. He seemed jittery, kept rubbing his wedding ring like he always did when stressed. "Marcus," he'd said, "you ever feel like you're being watched?" I laughed it off. "In this city, all the time." He didn't smile. "I think someone's following me." Black sedan, tinted windows, parked outside my house 3 nights in a row. "You report it?" "To who?" he'd said, which was weird coming from a cop. "James has seen it too, outside his place." "This about that old Caspar case you guys pulled?" His head snapped up. "How'd you know about that?" "System logs every file request, man. You know that." He'd leaned in closer then. "That case never should have been closed. We found something big, but I can't." Then his radio crackled and he straightened up like nothing had happened. Forget I said anything. That was the last real conversation I had with him. The investigation into their disappearance hit wall after wall. Their homes were searched. Nothing unusual except both their computers had been wiped clean the day before they vanished. The Caspar case file they'd requested was mysteriously misplaced from the records room. A week after they disappeared, I got called into internal affairs. 2 suits I'd never seen before were there, asking questions about Pete and James. Had they seemed paranoid? Were they involved in anything illegal? Had they mentioned any names to me? I told them everything I knew, which wasn't much. As I was leaving, one of the suits said, "You should forget about this case, Hill, for your family's sake." I had a pregnant wife at home. I got the message. I tried to move on. 3 months later, I transferred to dispatch for the fire department. Couldn't handle being in that police station anymore, hearing squad car 437 being assigned to new officers. Then something happened that I've never told anyone about until now. 6 months after Pete and James vanished, I was working late at the fire dispatch center. Around 2 in the morning, my personal cell phone rang, an unknown number. I answered and heard what sounded like wind and static, then a voice I recognized instantly. Pete Thompson. "Marcus, can you hear me?" His voice sounded distant, distorted. I nearly dropped the phone. "Pete, where the hell are you? Everyone thinks you're dead." "Listen carefully," he said, his voice fading in and out. "We found something in the Caspar files, something about experiments, Cold War stuff. They never shut it down. The gateway is..." Static overtook his voice. "Pete? Pete!" I shouted into the phone. His voice came back, panicked now. "They're coming back. Don't trust the department. The predictions are real. Check the old factory where they found the car. Underground. The door..." The call cut off. I tried calling back. Number unavailable. The next day, something even stranger happened. A package arrived at Detroit PD addressed to the chief. Inside was Pete Thompson's service revolver, completely disassembled, with a handwritten note. "Some doors should remain closed." Ballistics confirmed it was Pete's gun, but the handwriting didn't match his or James's. The chief shut down all discussion about it, said it was part of an ongoing investigation. I couldn't let it go. A week later, I took a sick day and went to that empty lot where they'd found squad car 437. Spent hours searching, found nothing. As I was leaving, this homeless guy approached me, asked if I was looking for the door. My heart nearly stopped. "What door?" "The one those cops found," he said. "Underground, in the old maintenance tunnels. They went down there that night with the men in black coats." I asked him to show me. He refused, said he'd never go near it again, said he'd seen things come through that weren't human anymore. I thought he was just a rambling drunk until he described Pete and James perfectly, right down to the small scar on James's left eyebrow from a bar fight in his rookie year. I never went back to that lot. Maybe I'm a coward, but I had a newborn son by then. I couldn't risk it. And now, 21 years later, they're saying construction workers found this sealed container with their personal items and letters. Letters predicting crimes that haven't happened yet? I believe it, because 2 weeks ago, my cell phone rang at exactly 2:17 in the morning. Same unknown number from all those years ago. This time, it was James Parker's voice, aged but unmistakable. All he said was, "The door opens both ways, Marcus. They're coming through." Then the line went dead. I still drive by that empty lot sometimes. It's a parking garage now, but sometimes, late at night, if you tune to the right frequency on an old police scanner, you can hear it. Pete Thompson's voice, calling for backup that will never come. I don't know what happened to my friends that night, but I know they found something they weren't supposed to find, and I know they're still out there, somewhere. Story 22. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but it's been over a month now and I still can't make sense of what happened. I need to get this off my chest because it's driving me crazy, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I live in Oak Ridge, which isn't even a proper town, just a scatter of houses surrounded by dense forest. The nearest actual town is about 30 minutes away by car. My family moved here when I was 12 because my dad wanted to get away from it all. Yeah, we definitely got that. It started 3 Saturdays ago. I was in my bedroom doing what I usually do on weekends, lying on my bed with my headphones on, scrolling through social media and listening to music. It was around 8 in the evening, already dark outside because this time of year the sun sets early. My bedroom is on the ground floor, facing the backyard, which leads straight into the woods about 50 yards away. I was halfway through a song when I thought I heard something. At first I figured it was just part of the track. You know how sometimes songs have weird background noises that sound like they're coming from somewhere else? But then I heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. 3 distinct taps on my window. I paused my music and pulled my headphones off. Everything was silent for a moment, and I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Then it came again. 3 slow, evenly spaced knocks. Knock, knock, knock. My first thought was that it was my brother Alex. He's 16, 2 years younger than me, and has this annoying habit of using the path by my window as a shortcut when he goes to visit our cousin Jake, who lives in the house about a quarter mile through the woods. Sometimes he'll tap on my window to scare me or just to say hi before cutting through the yard. "Very funny, Alex," I called out, rolling my eyes and putting my headphones back on. But the knocking continued. Knock, knock, knock. 3 taps, perfectly timed, about 5 seconds apart. I cranked up my music volume to drown it out. Alex would get bored eventually if I ignored him, except the knocking didn't stop. After about 5 minutes, it was still going, that same perfect rhythm. Knock, knock, knock. Pause, knock, knock, knock. That is when I realized something was off. Alex never had this kind of patience. His knocking was always random. Sometimes a quick succession of rapid taps, sometimes a pattern like shave and a haircut. Never this mechanical precision, and he definitely wouldn't stand out there for 5 solid minutes just knocking. I turned off my music again and listened. Knock, knock, knock. The sound wasn't aggressive or loud, just firm enough to be clearly audible through the glass. I got up and moved toward my window. The curtains were drawn, so I couldn't see outside without opening them. "Alex, I swear if that's you, I'm going to kill you," I said, trying to sound annoyed rather than nervous. The knocking continued at the exact same pace. I reached for the curtain, hesitated for a second, then yanked it open. Nothing, just darkness. The motion-activated security light hadn't even turned on, which meant nothing large enough had moved in the yard, but the knocking continued. Knock, knock, knock. Right in front of me, on the glass, but with nothing visible causing it. I stumbled backward, my heart suddenly pounding. The knocking maintained its perfect rhythm, as if whatever was making the sound didn't care that I could now see there was nothing there. My window has a lock on it, one of those little metal latches that clicks when you turn it. With shaking hands, I reached out and turned the lock. It made its distinctive click, but the knocking didn't stop. That's when real fear started to set in. If it was Alex or anyone else real, they would have heard the lock and known I was about to open the window. They would have revealed themselves, or at least changed their behavior. I don't know what made me do it, but I unlatched the window and pushed it open about 6 inches. The cool night air rushed in, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The knocking stopped instantly. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Is anyone there?" Silence. Complete silence. Not even the normal forest sounds seemed to be present. No crickets, no distant owl hoots, nothing. I closed the window quickly, locked it, and drew the curtains shut. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely manage the lock. I backed away until I hit my bed and sat down hard, staring at the covered window. The knocking didn't resume. After what felt like hours but was probably just minutes, I got the courage to grab my phone and text Alex. "Very funny with the window knocking. You can stop now." His reply came almost immediately. "What window knocking? I'm at Jake's playing Xbox." I didn't believe him. "Yeah, right. You were just knocking on my window for like 10 minutes straight." "Rachel, I've been here since 4. Jake's mom made us dinner. I haven't been home." I called him immediately. "Alex, this isn't funny. Were you just at my window?" "No, I told you. I'm at Jake's. We're in the middle of a game. Why would I be knocking on your window?" The genuine confusion in his voice made my stomach drop. "Is Jake there with you?" "Yeah, hang on." There was some muffled talking, and then Jake came on the line. "Hey Rachel, what's up? Alex has been here all afternoon, I swear. We've been playing since like 4:30. I thanked him and hung up, my mind racing. If it wasn't Alex or Jake, who would be knocking on my window out here in the middle of nowhere? I forced myself to calm down. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe a bird was pecking at the glass, but the rhythm was too perfect, too deliberate. A branch tapping in the wind, but there was barely any breeze that night, and again the timing was too precise. I decided to check outside. I know, stupid horror movie decision, right? But I needed to know. I grabbed my phone, turned on its flashlight, and went to the living room where my parents were watching TV. "I'm going to check something in the backyard," I announced, trying to sound casual. Mom looked up. "At this hour? What for?" "I thought I heard something at my window, probably just a raccoon or something, but I want to make sure." Dad muted the TV. "Want me to come with you?" I almost said yes, but then I'd have to explain how freaked out I really was. "No, it's fine. I'll just be a minute." I went out the back door, the porch light automatically flicking on as I stepped outside. The security light that covered most of the yard remained dark. Nothing had triggered its motion sensor. I swept my phone's flashlight across the yard toward my bedroom window. The ground beneath my window was soft from the rain we'd had earlier that week. If someone had been standing there, they would have left footprints. I approached cautiously, scanning the area. Nothing. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no signs that anyone had been there at all. The dirt was smooth and undisturbed except for a few scattered leaf imprints from the oak tree about 20 feet away. I shined my light directly on the window, half expecting to see some obvious explanation, maybe a loose shutter or something, but there was nothing unusual. As I stood there, feeling both relieved and more confused than ever, I heard my mom call from the back door. "Rachel, everything okay?" "Yeah," I called back. Must have been nothing. I went back inside, trying to convince myself that I had somehow imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe some aspect of the music I was listening to had created an auditory illusion. But deep down, I knew what I'd heard was real. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept my bedside lamp on and my headphones off, listening for any sound at the window. Nothing happened, and eventually, I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, it was morning. Sunday passed normally. I didn't mention the knocking to my parents. What would I even say? Something invisible was knocking on my window. They'd think I was losing it. By Sunday night, I'd almost convinced myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. Almost. Then, at exactly 8 o'clock, it started again. Knock, knock, knock. The same perfect rhythm, the same intensity. This time I didn't hesitate. I yanked the curtain open immediately. Again, nothing visible, but the knocking continued, right in front of my face. I could even see the slight vibration in the glass with each knock. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice catching in my throat. Knock, knock, knock. No change, no response to my question. I backed away from the window, grabbed my phone, and took a video, making sure to capture the sound. The knocks were clearly audible in the recording. I sent it to Alex immediately. "This is happening right now. Are you doing this?" Alex called me seconds later. "Rachel, what the hell is that?" "You tell me. Someone's knocking on my window again. I'm in my room right now, I swear. That's really creepy." The knocking hadn't stopped. "Can you come to my room?" I asked, hating how scared I sounded. 2 minutes later, Alex was standing beside me, his face pale as we both listened to the rhythmic knocking. "That's not normal," he whispered. "No kidding," I hissed back. He approached the window cautiously. The knocking continued, unaffected by his presence. He reached for the lock. "Don't," I said quickly. "Last time I opened it, the knocking stopped immediately." "Isn't that what we want?" he asked. "Yeah, but I don't know. It feels wrong somehow, like whatever it is wants me to open the window." Alex nodded slowly. "Let's get Mom and Dad." Our parents were as confused as we were. Dad checked outside with his big flashlight while Mom tried to convince herself it was the heating system or pipes making the noise, despite the fact that the sound was clearly coming directly from the window glass. Dad found nothing outside, just like I had the night before. The knocking continued for exactly 1 hour, stopping abruptly at 9 o'clock. 1 full hour of that perfect mechanical rhythm. Knock, knock, knock. My parents let me sleep in their room that night. The next day, Dad installed a security camera facing my window. We were all on edge, waiting for 8 o'clock to come around again. But nothing happened that night, or the next, or the one after that. The knocking didn't return. We reviewed the security footage from the nights it had happened, but the camera showed nothing, just the window with no visible source of the knocking. It's been over a month now, and the knocking hasn't returned. I've moved my bed to the opposite side of the room, as far from the window as possible. I keep my curtains closed at all times. I don't use headphones in my room anymore. Sometimes I catch myself watching the clock as it approaches 8 in the evening, holding my breath, waiting. But so far, whatever was knocking hasn't come back. I still have the video on my phone. The knocks are clear as day, coming from nowhere. I listen to it sometimes, trying to make sense of what happened. Was it some kind of supernatural entity, a glitch in reality? I don't know. All I know is that something was trying to get my attention, something that disappeared the moment I opened the window that first night. Something that couldn't be seen but could interact with physical objects. Something that followed a pattern so precise it couldn't possibly be human. And I can't shake the feeling that it's not gone for good, that it's just waiting for the right moment to return, to finish whatever it started.